Hey, everybody. I am Jonathan Snovick, the Executive Director of Step Beyond Green to Healthy, and I am coming at you live today from my office, actually. But we're coming to you live because we're at the At-Home Show, sponsored by Step Beyond Green. So at home, what does that mean? Well, folks, we've been home for 60 days, right? So it's time to actually do one more thing at home because maybe we're not comfortable going out quite yet, or maybe we just haven't had an opportunity. Wait, an opportunity. Why is that? Well, a lot of the expos got canceled. A lot of our events are being canceled. And so actually a group of us got together and said, where are people going to go to find good quality contractors to do work on their home? Well, I think that at this point, you'd have to do it online, right? So let's host the first ever virtual home show in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So if you're not from Milwaukee, hey, you should try us out right now. It's a great time to come down and see the sun. In fact, it's sunny today, and I love that about everything. So the vendors that you're going to see below have come together to talk. And how do they talk? Well, we do all kinds of, there's video chat. We've all gotten accustomed to video chatting, so we thought, why not take advantage of the fact that we now know how to Zoom and do all these wonderful things out there on the virtual land. So below, you'll see remodelers, you'll see roofers and plumbers, electricians, and HVAC people, and any of they are available for you to talk with at a nice convenience of your home. So a little bit about Step Beyond Green. Step Beyond Green is a non-for-profit that is out there actually talking about the indoor air quality of your home and office. We got together about 8 years ago with an initiative to talk to folks, to the public, to tell them what's going on in their home. And now as a non-for-profit that was recently launched this year, actually, we've now going out to public and connecting contractors to the public who are looking for healthier solutions. So take a moment to learn a little bit about Step Beyond in the Step Beyond Green booth below. We have got a lineup today in the live stream that I am super excited about. You know why I'm excited about it? Because it covers a variety of topics and not just people talking to you about the average things you might see at expos, but we're actually going to do a couple DIY things. If you love epoxy, you are going to want to make sure that you stay tuned for later today. We're going to have a half-hour segment actually talking about how to work with epoxy. I don't know about you, but when I scroll through all my different feeds, it's the first thing that I stop at to learn all how to pour in and layer in different things. But we don't stop at just that. Peace of mind right now is a big topic, right? I want to know that when I leave my house, I am going to be able to stay safe and my house is secure. And we're going to do that today by talking with a vendor he actually has a booth here today that's going to talk about keyless entries and cameras and garage doors and all kinds of fun things. But we didn't stop there. We've got radon solutions and we've got playscapes. We've got fitness and nutrition. And it all the way goes down to, at the end of the day, we're going to get into the Rage Room in Milwaukee, which is open right now, and talking about how recycling can equal demo and how you can get out all that anxiety. All right, well, let's not waste any time. Let's get started. We're actually going to take a moment to thank our sponsors, and then we'll be right back with you on the live stream. Stay tuned. Well, that's a brief introduction from our sponsors. But what I've got coming up next is Lifetime Radon Solutions. Actually, I'm going to invite in Scott and Brian here. Brian, Scott, you out there?
Yeah, we're right here.
All right, guys. Hey, looking good, looking real good there. Love it. So I'm going to let you guys talk all about radon, and I'll check back in with you in about 15 minutes. Is that all right?
That sounds great.
All right, it's all yours.
All right, as Jonathan said, I'm Scott Campbell.
And I'm Brian Thompson.
And we're the owners of Lifetime Radon Solutions. Today, we'd just like to talk to you a little bit and kind of give you some of the general questions that people commonly ask us. And I'm just going to ask Brian a few of these questions, and we'll be able to explain this together. Awesome. So one of the biggest things that people ask, and one of the things that people really don't know is, what is radon, and why is it that I should actually test for radon?
Yeah, absolutely. So believe it or not, radon is a soil gas, and it's highly radioactive. That's one of those things that a lot of people don't know about. They know it's a soil gas. They know it might be coming out of their sump crock. They know that it's a dangerous thing, but they don't realize that it's actually a derivative of uranium in the soil. So it's highly radioactive. And in fact, in the U.S., the EPA standard for action is 4.0 picocuries per liter. And to make that, I guess to put that in layman's terms, 4.0 picocuries is the equivalent of smoking about 8 cigarettes per day or getting about 200 chest x-rays per year. Those statistics are from the EPA and the World Health Organization. And so, if you put that into context, just being at that action level of 4.0 is really not a good place to be. So anything 4.0 or above, the EPA would say that you want to mitigate. But what we're finding now is more folks, they're really starting to look into mitigation when they're between 2 picocuries and 4 picocuries, because even in that area, of course, you're able to reduce the levels quite a bit, as much as 50% or greater, and still be able to live in a much healthier environment.
So one of the biggest questions that we always get is how do I test, and what are my options? Brian, can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I would say that's definitely one of the most common questions we get. There's a couple different ways you can test. Probably the best way that you can test is a digital monitor. We have about 60 digital monitors, so we're really going to be able to pretty much honor your schedule and get out to do that for you. It's more of a service. We set up a monitor in your home, and then our technician would come back and pick that up. The nice thing about the digital monitor is it's going to take a reading every hour, or an average every hour rather, for 48 hours, and then an overall average at the end. And then we're going to have a nice report that you can see. It's going to look something a little bit like this, where you've got the hour by hour on here, as you can see. And then at the end, you get a nice average that you'll be able to see right here. And you also get some nice graphs and charts and just quite a bit more data. So a lot of folks really like that because they can see how the radon's fluctuating. Like maybe when their HVAC system's kicking on, it's creating a pressure in the house that's drawing more radon in, things of that nature. And so they can really see what the levels are at any given time in the home, and then of course what the overall average is. We charge $110 to do that. I think you'll find that's really competitive. Most people in the area probably charge anywhere from $150 to $200. And so at $110, I think you'll find that's a pretty great value. The second way that you can test is what's known as a passive radon kit. So we carry them. Sometimes you see them at the hardware store. The nice thing about those is they're relatively inexpensive. So if you're on a budget, maybe you want to test your home every few years, something like that, you can certainly do that with a passive radon test. Those are probably going to range anywhere from $20 to $50. And that's going to include, the lab fees, the postage, and all of that. And those are done through a third-party lab.
So I got a quick question for you, Brian.
Yeah.
So some of the tests that you see in the stores don't always include all that stuff. Now, ours here.
Yeah, these are really nice. So these are through AirCheck. And AirCheck is one of the largest labs. So if you ever see like a community offering radon testing or something like that, these are the guys that are doing it. Typically, they're going to, they might give you the test at a discounted rate, but then you're going to have to pay those lab fees and the postage. Same thing at the store. You might have to buy it from Menards or Home Depot or Lowe's for $15, $20. But what they don't tell you is to get your results, you actually have to mail in a check, and then that's how they'll send you the results back. So our kits are just $25. And the beautiful thing is you get all the lab fees and the postage paid for. We buy tons of these every year, and a lot of customers in the community stop by our shop just to pick them up, or reach out to us on Facebook, email, phone. You've got our info right behind us there, and you can just give us a ring. We can ship one of these out within a day or two to your home.
So one of the real cool things about the electronic monitor, as you can see here, is every hour it's actually taking a sample. And you can see all the different points. So you can see the high point, you can see the low points, and it actually shows you every hour what your house is doing. So the radon levels will jump up, and then the radon levels will come down. It's extremely accurate. It's just a little more data points to it. The charcoal test is also an excellent way to test your house, but that's just not going to give you all the extra data. It's not going to show you the highs and the lows, and how radon actually works with the barometric pressure. It's still extremely accurate. It just gives you one result. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Now, one of the other things, the other common question, obviously, after you test and you find out that you're high, what is it that you do, Brian? Where do you go from there?
Yeah, that's a great question, Scott. So, right now, I know a lot of people are social distancing, and I think you'll find a lot of value in the way that we do our process. So if your test results came back high, I guess the first thing that you want to do is reach out to a qualified contractor. We've been in business for 23 years. We take doing continuing education and being certified. That's extremely important to our company and to our business model. And so we've even have people here in the office that answer the phones and help out on the phones that are certified, which in a lot of cases, you aren't going to find that in the state of Wisconsin. So you can call here. We can go over those test results to you, explain what those mean, and then walk you through a questionnaire that we've developed over the last 23 years. And in about 10, 15 questions, 10, 15 minutes, we can get you a very accurate estimate right over the phone. Now, if you want somebody to come out to your house, we're taking all the necessary precautions right now, and we would actually come right out to your home, do a quick walkthrough, make sure, we're, again, social distancing, abiding by any protocol that you'd like us to. And, we can kind of take a look at the home, take a look at any special situations. Some homes have dirt or gravel crawl spaces or just trickier situations that, you may not be able to answer over the phone, or we may not be able to interpret. And so we'd be happy to do that. We've also kind of stepped outside of the box a little bit too. And we're offering, text messaging as well, because a lot of people are loving that. So we can send you a text message with a series of questions, and you can send those back to us, and then we can send you a pretty accurate estimate that way. So, we're trying to make it as simple as possible for people right now to, reach out to us and to get a quote without having anybody in their home. But that's probably going to be your best bet if the radon levels come back high. It's just to reach out to somebody that's, able to get you an estimate as quickly as possible, and also, as efficiently as possible in terms of dealing with COVID-19 right now.
And then, Brian, what is it that I should be looking for actually in a mitigator, and kind of, what sets Lifetime apart from a lot of the other companies that are out there?
Yeah, that's a great question too. So, we've dealt with, quite a few people bringing a lot of things to the table over the years, and we fixed a lot of systems. And I know I touched briefly on the fact before that we really take continuing education very seriously, certification very seriously, and those things, which I think are great. But just going beyond that, in the state of Wisconsin, believe it or not, you do not have to be a licensed mitigator. But here, Scott, myself, and a number of our technicians are fully licensed through the National Governing Board. So I think that's really important, because we're held to a higher standard. So we have to do things the proper way that other states who have different limitations and different, I guess you could say, code, those states have to abide by those national standards. So even though Wisconsin doesn't, we abide by those national standards. So you can, be sure that the radon system that's installed in your house is actually going to properly work. And we do guarantee our results. So I think that's definitely something that sets us apart. I think the other thing that's certainly worth noting is going to be the insurance coverage that we carry. The fact that we do not do our own electrical, as crazy as that sounds, that's actually a big one here in the state of Wisconsin. Many of the radon mitigation contractors do their own electrical work. And that's really a dangerous thing to be dealing with, because if you're a radon company, even if you have insurance, even if you are certified, but you're doing your own electrical work, God forbid something happens, like the mitigator gets shocked, or something happens with the electrical in your home, their insurance coverage is not going to cover that, because it's outside of the scope of what their coverage is for and what their work is for. They're not a licensed electrician, so it's not going to cover them in that instance. We use a subcontractor that'll actually meet us out at the job site or the day of the job and actually wire everything for you. They pull a permit. They do everything to code and make sure that everything's all set to go.
So what are some of the dangers if you're not using an electrician, and what's some of the potential things that can happen if you're not pulling a permit?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're not pulling a permit, the contractor and the homeowner can both get a fine. And I believe in most areas it's a quadruple fine. So it's 4 times whatever the permit cost was. So it's a lot more simplistic just to pull the permit on the front end and deal with it that way. These days, we've seen in a number of communities in the greater Milwaukee area, different inspectors driving around the neighborhood. Radon systems are pretty noticeable. So if they see a new, bright, shiny white one on the side of the house, they go, ooh, there's a radon system. I don't know. Let's look up this address. Let's see if they pulled a permit for the electrical. They didn't. Okay, and then you're getting smacked with that fine or that fee.
Well, what are the dangers of having somebody do the electric that isn't certified?
Yeah, so I know we talked a little bit about the insurance danger, but if that person were to get injured again, that insurance does not cover them because they are not a licensed electrician. So, they could actually theoretically sue you as the homeowner or your homeowner's insurance for getting hurt at your house as a contractor, as crazy as that sounds. And the same thing goes for unlicensed contractors, underinsured or uninsured contractors. If they're on a ladder, trying to mount the PVC to the upper portion of the house and they fall off the ladder, they don't have any insurance. Guess who's on the hook for that? The homeowner. And, that's just not the way we do business. But unfortunately, there are quite a few contractors in the area. So our biggest thing is, we've been doing this for 23 years. And there's so many people now because radon is such a buzzword. It's such a hot topic in the real estate industry. There's just a lot of guys that are maybe handymen or, just kind of fly-by-night contractors that are trying to get into the industry because they think it's a way to make a quick buck. But many of them don't carry the right insurance. They don't do things the right way. And so we just want to make sure we're bringing that home on this call today because I think that that's important and something that we're seeing more of than we've ever seen before when we're talking to customers.
So when you put a radon system in, a lot of times you can't see, smell, or taste radon.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that we ever hear is how dry their basements come.
Yeah.
Brian, can you speak to that a little bit? Why is it that a dehumidifier isn't a solution, and what is it that makes a radon system so effective in that area?
Yeah, that's awesome. People love that about radon systems. So I would say 90% of the homes we go into, they have a dehumidifier running in the basement. And the nice thing about a dehumidifier is it's going to pull the air, the damp, moist air from inside of the house and remove it. But a radon system is actually going to remove that water vapor from inside the drain tile, from underneath the home, from in the soil, before it ever has a chance to enter the home. So radon systems can remove anywhere from 2 to 4 tons of moisture annually from a home. So typically, what we always say is really a dehumidifier, they're great, but they're a Band-Aid on the situation. By putting a radon system in or a moisture reduction system, you're able to remove that water vapor before it ever has a chance to enter the household in the first place. And a lot of people find that they don't have to run their dehumidifier at all or nearly as often.
Well, we just really want to thank everybody here for joining in with us today. This has been an awesome opportunity. If you have any questions, if you'd like to set up a test, please just give us a call, jump on the website, and we'd be more than happy to help you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Oh, technical difficulties. Hey, guys, that was absolutely awesome. Hey, I want to while I got you on here, you guys ended on probably the greatest point I like to make about radon. Not that I don't, not that the radon itself isn't bad, but taking the moisture from underneath the slab. I can't tell you, ever since we started working with you guys and getting that in our new home constructions, literally people have said it's night and day difference. So talk about something that is basically not adding another unit to it. It's something that's doing 2 things now. So I think that point is huge. Don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It also helps kill the food chain, right? So you take the dampness out, you're taking the mold and mildew out, and it's, all the bugs that eat that, and then the spiders come. So when you start to delete that food chain, it makes the house a lot healthier.
Absolutely. So, hey, but before you guys head off here, can you go over that cost again? What was the cost from you guys for that radon testing?
Yeah, so a digital monitor where we come out and actually set it in the home is $110, and that's going to include that more robust report. But if you're just looking to test your home every couple of years and you're on a budget, no problem. We can do a $25 radon test kit, and that includes us shipping it out to your home as well.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. And it's the best way to get a hold of you guys.
Yeah, I would say the phone's the best way. We've always got 3 to 5 people in the office. It's 262-955-5701. Otherwise, you can email us at scheduling@lifetimeradon.com. And we've always got people monitoring that as well. You can also text that phone number now too, as I mentioned. So a lot of people like that as well.
One more time.
The phone number 262-955-5701.
I think that's so cool that you can actually text that number. I mean, technology, guys. I mean, look what we're doing right here. This is totally cool. Well, guys, thanks for your time today. It was super informative, and we'll catch you on the next run. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. So what a great thing, Radon, right? Knowing more about it, I think over the years we get to hear that word, and it's something that always seems to pop up. But what does it mean? And also, what else can it do? It can get rid of moisture in your basement, which is always a problem, especially in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That all being said, what we've got coming up next is something that is super exciting. It's playgrounds. What did you say? Playgrounds. So GRG Playscapes is coming to us next. They're going to talk about actual natural playscapes. John is an amazing man, and I can't wait for you all to see him. But before we get to John, let's thank you to our sponsors. All right. We're going to bring in John from GRG Playscapes. John, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we sure can. How you doing, John?
Fantastic. Great to be here. I'm super excited to have a conversation with y'all.
I know, and I think the audience is waiting to hear from you and want to hear less from me. So I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Yep. Well, Jonathan, just give me a heads up if there's any issues with my buffering. I'm attempting to be outside my office window, and if there's any issues, I can move locations here. But if you can hear me okay now, I'm gonna get rolling here.
Yeah, John, you're all set.
Okay, perfect.
Keep it going.
All right. So here's what I want to talk to you today about. What we call the outdoor play revolution. It's a really exciting work that we get to do here at GRG Playscapes. We're harvesting trees and stripping bark and building tree houses and climbing structures and balance and sand play areas, playhouses, and all kinds of things for mostly commercial, but we also build spaces for residential homes and families as well. I've been doing this for a long time, and over the last decade or so, I've been transitioning from outdoor living spaces to outdoor play. So it's really exciting to be here. I'm going to dive right in. So this first concept here that I want to just talk about, just kind of like the big picture of what we do and why what we do is different than a typical playground company. And the big concept here, this is for a commercial setting in actually in Chicago. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is that what we create is our worlds of wonder. And so essentially what we're saying here is that instead of creating a structure or a one piece of equipment or designating that little corner for kids to play in, what we like to help people understand and consider is that what kids really want is a world to enter, a full environment. And so this is kind of the really exciting part of kind of what we get to do is we're essentially landscaping with playgrounds and using an innovative material, long-lasting material, to create what we call playscapes. And in this sense, a world of wonder for kids' imagination, for gross motor skill development, for social skills, for emotional, and essentially just to allow them to become who they are meant to become, but through and within a play environment. So that's the first concept, worlds of wonder. And so what this really drives is an opportunity for the kids to be in an unscripted environment. So if you've ever, we've all seen the standard play equipment. Nothing against it. There's a place for it, but largely what it does is it's a scripted environment. So it's telling you, you go up the stairs here, you go down the slide here, you go up this climber in this way and this way and this way. And what it does is it kind of encapsulates their imagination and frames it and tells them to do it. And what I think we understand from cognitive development and from child development is that kids need to explore their abilities in all sorts of ways, and it's different for every kid in every situation. And so the spaces we create, all the designs that we come up with, are all built around this idea of creating an unscripted play environment. And so what this is just it's a phenomenal when you see a kid in a space that is designed in this way and it's properly built, it really you see them come alive in really magical ways, and it's one of the favorite things I get to do is watch kids in that sort of zone, and it really is a zone, just like on the basketball court or on the soccer field, when you see a child or in an art studio or in music class or what have you, when you see a child fully engrossed in the moment of experience, and whether it be social or physical or whatever it is, they're fully engrossed in that space, in that moment. It's really a magical thing. And so what we're after is trying to really kind of go after that that part of the brain that engages at that level and really bring out the magic and excitement and the full world of experience that comes in those moments. And even more than that, those are the moments, if we think back in our lives, those moments and those spaces and those places where you got to play, or those experiences on teams, and those are the moments that really feed us for the rest of our lives. And so if we can really push on those buttons in the early, especially early childhood, but all throughout childhood, if you create those environments where they can have those experiences, they're going to draw on them for a long time. So one of the ideas that we're utilizing is what we call adventure play, which is it's similar to what playgrounds are typically designed around, which is growing that physical use of your body, learning how to use your body, developing your upper body strength, developing balance. That is absolutely critical part of childhood and a really essential part of play. And so we do that. It's a big part of what we do at GRG Playscapes, is develop innovative ideas around how to engage children's gross motor skills and their physical bodies, and really entice them to engage physically on a daily basis. Here I'm just kind of showing off a couple pictures, but we're doing tree climbers and tree houses and slides and balance courses and ropes and nets and all kinds of ideas to pull that off. So here is an example of that, and using upper body strength is really critical. So using rings, balance courses. This is also an example of the materials we're using. Using black locust to create pole seams, so it's just kind of a natural a sense of place that you're getting from the materials that we're using to create these adventure play components. The next concept, which is really was quite profound, when we started to understand play and start to think about developing whole spaces that for play, is really understanding that in order to have a highly effective balance between adventure play and what we call village play is really kind of where the magic comes out. So village play, the way we define and understand it, it's essentially imagination stations, places to gather. So it's sand play. So this is a residential backyard sand play area, but the child in the right moment, this child came into this space and spent 3 hours, playing in that with imagination running wild. So that's what a village play entices. So village play is also playhouses. Every child, every childhood experience, we all have those memories of building forts and castles and little nooks and crannies in our house, or outdoor spaces. Or if you're lucky enough to have gone to play in the woods, you probably collected branches and created your own forts. So that's what village play is. And I always like to say that it's really quite amazing that you can have a fantastic adventure play experience in an outdoor space, but more often than not, over time, that adventure play space is going to transform into an imaginative village play experience if it's designed properly. So kids aren't going to spend hours and hours running and climbing and jumping, right? They're going to need to balance that running and climbing and jumping with that social kind of imaginative, or solo, but really driven by their imagination. And so, we are really focused on creating that village play component as a balance to the adventure play, and as an understanding that that's going to be probably in the end, far more beneficial in terms of time spent in a play environment. So this here is, again, I'm just kind of showing some pictures of how we do village play. So in the corner there, we have a branch pergola. So this is essentially the framework for a fort. It's a simple concept, and it's whimsical. It's playful. On the left side here, you can see some kids playing and interacting. This is just a simple fort sort of space that allows them to engage in a creative way, and again, an open-ended, unscripted way, where they're determining what happens in the environment. What does this play become? What sort of stories? You can only imagine the stories that they're coming up with as they're interacting in this environment. And it's always fascinating to hear feedback as to what sort of submarine they're in, or some sort of spaceship, or who knows what. So that again is an example of what this village play and imaginative play is all about. Here again is an example of what we would often do for village play experiences, is creating water. There's few things that transport you as much as water in an outdoor environment. And if you're allowing those kids to interact with that water in a safe way, that can be a really profound and life-changing experience for a lot of kids. The next concept here is this is loose parts, right? So again, when childhood is it's kind of all about making it up, right? You need to really get the most out of a day, for a kid. And so what we're doing is we're just kind of offering opportunities for them to make their space, to remake their space, so that it's their environment. So in facilitating that in play environments, whether this is your own backyard, or this is a school space or a daycare environment, using loose parts, having loose parts available for kids is absolutely cool. I've been at this for a long time, and here and there you can get pushback. The kids are going to bang on something, or they're going to hurt themselves, or this or that. but you know, it's amazing once you give kids the freedom to create with these pieces of wood, or you know, they can be, loose parts can mean lots of different things. You know, that they will, you know, but more often than not, honor the use of that material for its intended purpose. And when they don't, that's an opportunity to teach, for kids to learn that, you know, certain tools have a specific use. You know, and there's no different for a plank of wood than it is for your you know, fork at the lunch table. You know, so this is the intended use for this is for construction. You know, it's for stacking and manipulating your space. And so you can see here, you know, this is a pretty simple concept. You know, what we have here is essentially the mismatch cedar boards and 6x6 and 2x4s and 2x6s and all different shapes and sizes. And you can see these kids fully engaged and trying to understand, you know, how am I going to put this together and that together, and it kind of, you know, they could go out here and spend, you know, a lot of time manipulating these parts. And if you see this as just one of the multiple spaces in an outdoor place, again, whether it's your backyard or a school or daycare center, you know, if this is a place where they can go to manipulate these pieces, but they also can go and, you know, maybe go in the sandbox, or maybe they can go, you know, in a balance area, or maybe there's a fort for them to play with. You can start to see how you piece together a full world for these children to engage with at a high level. So yeah, so these kids will take this and they'll build this like this today, but I guarantee you it'll be something else tomorrow, and maybe for a few days they'll go off to something else, but they will come back to those parts. And more often than not, if you do nothing else in your space, if you manipulate their space, you will be you will not be disappointed. Kids will always go after the things that can be picked up and moved, and so they can make it their own, whether it's a stick falling from a tree, or if it's the mulch, you know, or if it's the plants growing between the cracks of a sidewalk, or pebbles on a beach, or whatever it is. They're always going to go after the manipulatables because they can own it. They have a sense of ownership over it. So that's a critical part of a very highly effective play environment, is to allow that sort of ownership. I'm going to look at my time here. So I have a few minutes here. So I'm just going to kind of go into a few other items, just to, you know, chat with you about you know, how this all works, and, you know, maybe some other pictures I can snap through here. But I you know, this is really important. You know, this quote here, and this, you know, these kids on the right here. So, you know, children are free to be anything when they are truly alive, fully engaged participants in a natural world of wonder and imagination. You know, it's so true. You know, that's, you know, that high level of engagement, you know, in a world that encourages them to be imaginative, that trusts them enough to be fully engaged, you know, and honors their need to take ownership over the space. You know, that's a world that's full of wonder and imagination, you know, and it doesn't take much. You know, I talk to teachers and daycare leaders and parents, you know, oftentimes, and it's really primarily, you know, having a space, or having an environment that is what I like to call it a yes space. You know, so it's not, you know, no, don't do that. No, don't pick that up. No, don't move that from this space to that space. Don't go over there. You know, I mean, no, it's like, okay, well, let's enter in a world together where they are free to navigate it within particular boundaries. Of course, every environment has boundaries. I mean, that's critical. You don't take a stick and you don't poke somebody with it, or you don't go into the neighbor's yard if it's not a friendly neighbor, right? So there's always particular boundaries that are important, but to understand that within those boundaries, there's a whole world of possibilities, and we don't need to control necessarily as adults what happens with that, because, you know, that that child needs their own sense of control in order to engage at a high level, or else they're going, I mean, if their only place they can have that sense of control and creativity is with a video game, nothing against video games. I think they have tremendous value, but that sense of control in an outdoor environment where they can be creative is a great balance for all the technology and the structure that are in 95% of most of our kids' lives. So that openness, creating that yes space, whether it's in your backyard or in your school or at your daycare center, or even when you take them to the park, take them through the walk of the woods and allowing them to pick things up, allowing them to climb on those trees, allowing them to make things in those spaces is absolutely, the most important, thing I think we can do when we're creating and outside with our kids.
Absolutely, and you know what, John? I think we can all see your passion for this. It's always neat when I actually talk to someone who really, really not only believes in what they do, but has a passion for it. And it came through in today's presentation. I really love the fact that we talked about when you have all the blocks and you actually let kids build things. I mean, we talk about how to work in the trades industry. We talk about how to get people excited about working with their hands. I think if you can get them at this level, I mean, how cool is it to have them start putting all these things together and moving them around? So, I mean, I think what you're doing here is fantastic. I can't wait to see more of your playscapes out and there and let our kids play with them. So, John, thank you for your time today, and we look forward to having you the next time. All right, John? All right, John.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. Well, we're gonna keep it going here. We have got a live music production coming on next from Downtown Harrison. He's going to be right up with us. But before we get to Downtown Harrison, let's hear from our sponsors. All right, I am so excited to bring you the first of 4 installments from Downtown Harrison. Harrison, take it away.
Hey, how's everybody doing out there? Once again, everybody in Downtown Harrison, what I want to do is I want favorites. And what I want you to do is I want you to sing with me. So we're going to take you into Neil Diamond. Are you ready? Get yourself ready. Get those hands clapping. Because we're going to raise our hands. And we're going to start singing a little bit of time. Here we go. Where it begins, I can't begin to know, but then I know it's growing strong. I sure hope that sounds good out there. Was in the spring, and that spring became that summer. Believe you come along. Are you ready? That's when I say reach those hands up, come on! Touching hands. Are you ready? Reaching out. One of my favorite songs. Touching me, touching you. Now this rock everybody help me, come on! Sweet Caroline. Time never seems so good, so good, so good, so good. I'm feeling fine. To really paint me up on wood, but down away. Look in the night. You know it doesn't seem so lonely. So sweet Philly, we only do. And when I heard la 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 la, I let that tear run off my shoulders. What again I heard when I'm holding you. That's when I said, you know what? I said, touching warm. You tell me what we're doing out there. Reaching out. Here we go. Touching me. Touching you. Sing the song with me. Sweet Caroline. And never seemed so good, so good, so good, so good. When I feel mine, to believe they never would. Oh no, no, no. You know, it's like one of my best parts right here. And I want to send this out to all my fans out there. Because we're going to all come together and we're going to sing it real loud and proud. Here we go. Sweet Caroline. The time never seemed so good. Sweet Caroline. I believe they never could. One more time. Sweet Caroline. That never seemed so good. I said, sweet Caroline, 'cause I believe they never would. Oh, no, no, no. Boy, I sure hope you like that song. But I got more to come up. We're going to take it back to an oldie but goodie. Who remember this song here? And I need you to help me out a little bit. Okay, here we go. Bye, bye, happiness. Hello, loneliness. I think I'm gonna cry. Bye, love. Bye, bye, sweet caress. Hello, emptiness. I feel like I could die. My love goodbye. There goes my baby with someone new. She showed was happy, I showed my blue. She was my baby till he stepped in. Goodbye to romance, open my love. Bye bye love. Bye bye, you happiness. Hello, loneliness. I think I'm gonna cry. Bye bye, love. Bye bye, sweet caress. Hello, emptiness. I feel like I could die. Bye bye, my love, goodbye. I'm through with romance and I'm through with love. I'm through with counting all the stars above. Ain't there a reason that I'm so free? My loving baby, she says she's through with me. Bye bye love, bye bye you happiness. Hello loneliness, I think I'm gonna cry. Bye bye love, bye bye you sweet caress. Hello emptiness, I feel like I could die. Bye bye my love, goodbye. Bye bye my love, goodbye. Bye bye my love, goodbye. Oh man, we're gonna keep this place rocking, I tell you. We're easy way to it though, because I don't want to scare anybody. Come on now. Oh. Hey! Listen. I was sick, they said. 100 ships a day, long as sailors. pass the time away and talk about their home. Now there's a girl in the harbor town where she works. She laid her whiskey down. They say, Brandy, catch another round. She served whiskey and wine. They say, Brandy, you fine girl. What goodbye you think? Yeah, your eyes to steal the sand rock on the sand. Brandy, where's a great check? They the finest upon the number stand. Unlock it, that bears the name of a man that Brandy loved. He came on a summer day very good, and it was far away, so he made it clear he couldn't stay because the harbor was his home. The South said, Brandy, you fine girl, what goodbye you can do. What my love, my lady, that is a sin. If Brandy used to watch her eyes when she told that sailor story, she could hear the ocean all right and saw that raging glory. But he had always told the truth, Lord, he was an honest man. Brandy does her best to understand. When the clouds slow down, Brandy gonna walk through a tight town. She loves her man who's not around. She still can't hear him say. She doesn't say, Brandy, you fine girl, what good wife you be. Oh, my life, my love, my lady, that is a sin. I said, Brandy, you're such a fine girl, what good wife you be. Oh, my life, my love, my lady, that is a sin. Hey, I said, Brandy. Oh man, how's everybody feeling out there? Once again, going there to downtown Paris, a voice impersonator, and I want to just keep this party going while we get into the mood. How about a little bit? I got love on you and baby. It was someone else, but not for me. Oh, down together. That's the way it seems. Disappointment, honey, all my dreams. Here we go. It's hard pain, and I'm a believer. Not a trace, no doubt in my mind. Hey, I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Oh, I love my little shirt and get it. You know what I see? The more I get, the less I got. But if somebody's downtown, oh, the streets are trying. All I get is pain. When you live in the sunshine, I got a thing. Here we go. And it's hard pain. And I'm a believer. Hey, not in the trace. Go down in my mind. Hey, I'm in love with you. Not a believer. I can't leave her if I try. I sure hope that I'm in out there. I love without the baby. That's the way it seems. It's one way, honey, all my dreams. It's hard pain, and I'm a believer. Hey, not a faith. no doubt in my mind. Hey, I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And it's all her face. I'm a believer. Hey, no doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Every time in the end, I'm you all way. When that little woman on the airway, that's when our parents earth and wood. They were coming born, they were coming good. He never ever learned to read and write so well. He gon' play the guitar and ring the bell. Go, go. Oh, Nanny, go, go. Oh, Nanny, go, go. Oh, Nanny, go, go. Oh, Nanny, go, go. I got to tell you, he can carry the car and come with sack. Sitting in the tree, trying to let those tracks. Engineer sitting out there in that shade. Coming through the rhythm and drive today. People passing by, they were dropping and say, oh my, man, he gets playing on the floor. Oh, Danny, go, go. Oh, Danny, go, go. Oh, Danny, go, go. Oh, Danny, go, go. Danny, go. Come on, y'all. Hey, 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 hey. Bring it back. Well, in my tongue, someday we gon' be no man. You gon' be no leader of a big old band. Then when people come from miles around, he can take the music till the sun goes down. Maybe someday you gon' make me be a nice. Downtown Harrison is getting down. Oh, oh, now we go, oh, oh, now we go, 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 go. Oh, now we go, go. You that
All right, downtown Harrison, that is awesome, my friend. Can you hear me? I'm not sure.
Yes, how we doing?
Yeah, fantastic. I'm telling you, I got the feed coming that's live right now, and people are loving your music, my friend. They're loving it. So I can't wait to have you back in about 45 minutes, sir. Is that okay?
See you in a few minutes, my friend.
All right. Hey, that was fantastic. And we are at the top of the hour, which means the first hour has passed of our 4-hour live event. And let me tell you, the next hour is jam-packed with an amazing company called The Grainsmith. And the reason it's amazing is because they take recycled wood from, actually, one of the sources is Hoppy Tree Service, and they make beautiful epoxy tables and all kinds of fun things with epoxy, but they make fantastic pieces of furniture and anything you really want. We're going to hear from Patrick later on. But since we're at the top of the hour, for those of you who are joining us right now, we want to talk a little bit about our presenting sponsor, which is Step Beyond Green to Healthy. I'm Jonathan Snovic, the Executive Director of Step Beyond Green to Healthy. We are a non-for-profit that was actually created almost 8 years ago in an initiative to bring awareness to the fact that our indoor air quality is not the greatest within our homes and our businesses. And so as just recently, we created a non-for-profit in January. Before that, it was actually just an initiative that we were out trying to get contractors to get connected with the public and also make some public awareness. So we're super excited to have launched in January as a non-for-profit. We look forward to actually being more visible in the Milwaukee area, which is why we're actually here today. We want to bring to you the At-Home Home Show. Yes, and it's the first ever in Milwaukee. And that's because, well, other home shows haven't been around. And quite honestly, now that we're kind of getting out, now we get those projects done, and who do we turn to? So there's a group of fantastic contractors that are below, everything from remodelers to builders to electricians and HVAC, and all kinds of different trades have gotten together today to be in a live chat with you. So if you take a minute, stop into one of their booths, chat with those wonderful people. They're waiting for you right now, and they would love to at least, say hi and see how life is right now. One of the things we're trying to do right now is figure out, like, what is the new norm? Is it even called the new norm? I mean, right now we just don't know. So the At Home Home Show, brought to you by Step Beyond Green, is out here today to bring some contractors into your home. We're here in your living room or you at the office and taking some time to not only give you a little bit of musical entertainment, but also some educational series. And DIY, this next segment, I'm telling you, is something that once you learn about epoxy, you may be tempted to actually work on it. That being said, we've had actually a pretty good attendance here today. And for the first time, if you know any friends or family, you want to invite them in, we got an afternoon full of peace of mind, smart living, things with keyless entries, cameras, garage door, awareness. We've also got, at the very end of the day, we've got a demolition of recycling up to, we can get a company to come in. They can recycle for you. And then they also let you get out some of that anxiety with what they call the Milwaukee Rage Room. And they're going to do a live demo of demolishing things later on today. But we have got a jam-packed day. With that, though, we couldn't have this day, and it wouldn't have been made possible without our sponsors. Let's get a word from our sponsors. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. And I cannot believe who I'm about to bring up, Patrick Hill from the Grainsmith. Are you with me, Patrick?
Yes, you're with him.
Hi, my name's
How you doing?
I have a shop called the Grainsmith down in Walker's Point in Milwaukee. I have a couple of other epoxy professionals here with me.
We're going to let him go.
I've got Shields, Applied Woodworking. He's kind of my science nerd when it comes to epoxy. When I've got serious, in-depth questions, he's who I go to. And then we've got Phil Gonzalez here, and he is with Home Rooted Designs. And he does a lot of epoxy work with inlays, inlay crushed stones and different things like that. And that's kind of his specialty. I do a variety, really just about everything when it comes to it. But today we're going to be working with West Systems Epoxy. This is my go-to epoxy. It is kind of the median. It's the median kind of epoxy for when I'm doing things like we'll be doing today in this piece of white oak. It's pretty cool. Got some bar conclusions here. It's definitely got some cracking. We'll get through doing all of that work here. Hopefully we'll get through most of the pouring today, and then tomorrow we'll do the cleanup and get ready for finishing on. Also got this piece of asphalt here that I poured yesterday. That we'll get to some of the kind of secondary pouring and then pulled off the tape off the backside yet. We'll get to that. most part, West Systems is the product I'm going to be using. That will be, again, what we'll be demonstrating. Matt will discuss some of the other epoxy options that we have, that you have, and when and where and why to use it. The other materials you're going to need on hand is some kind of stuff to mix the epoxy in, some stir sticks, some masking tape. What I like to use is this frog tape. It's a little bit pricey, but it really does the job for me. Some others like using this Tyvek tape. It also works very well, but can be a little bit harder to pull off. And if frog tape seems to be a little bit too much for me. You're going to want some rubber gloves. You'll also want to have some safety glasses, and you'll also want to have a blowtorch or some kind of flame, some denatured alcohol. I also do like to have syringes on hand to get into some of the smaller cracks and crevices. I do like to have a level on hand to make sure my surface that I'm working on is nice and level to begin with. And a little bit of a brush. This is just what I use to get in some of the crevices to dust things out. Also, a nice handy tool are these little dental picks for getting in the cracks and crevices to kind of clean them out. That's kind of what we're going to need for the materials. I'm going to start by mixing some of this West Systems Part A and Part B. One of the reasons I really like that this product is it has these handy pumps where it's 1 pump to 1 pump mix ratio, which makes everything very easy, kind of foolproof when it comes to the mixing of it. When we do mix it, we're going to want to mix it slowly, but also make sure that we're straightening all of the edges and that we are not starting too fast to incorporate too many bubbles. You want to try to keep the bubbles to a minimum. Bubbles are the enemy of epoxy. Bubbles are the biggest, most difficult thing to overcome with epoxy, and that's what all these tips and tricks are trying to do, is to minimize the bubbles that you have in the epoxy after it's
Speak up.
after it's done. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do 2 pumps to start, which I'm just going to fill the cracks slightly. We'll go through a few, and then.
Are you in the Bluetooth down?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Give it a try.
Come in and talk about some of the different options and materials and when and where and why to use certain things. But I guess I am getting ahead of myself a little bit here. I do need to tape off this bottom side and pick out some of these cracks. So this is what's going to be the bottom. You can see these cracks for the most part are pretty clean. This one here could use a little bit of work. So I'm going to pick that out with just a dental pick. And why I do this is to try to make it just a cleaner surface for the epoxy to go into. Again, trying to minimize those bubbles, trying to get a nice consistent pour. The less things it has to fight through to get in there, the quicker it's going to soak in and just make it a nice cleaner surface. All right, that one looks pretty good. On this other side, I do think we had one here on the end that I left. I did get the other ones as well, but really just kind of want to rip this out. You can see, for me, this crack, this wood that's in there, it could look nice in there, but I would just prefer the epoxy going through and flowing nice and being nice and clean in there. So just getting some of these big chunks out, helping it get to flow a little bit better. Get my scribe here when it's a little bit tougher to move. It's a little bit stronger of a tool. But you want to be careful not to take too much of the natural shape of that crack away. But this little thing's being stubborn. There we go. So we get that good chunk out, and now we can see through the crack pretty easily, and it's nice and clean. So that'll allow light to come through later when it's all finished, rather than having some just debris basically in there. I'm going to go ahead and tape this off. I'm going to go ahead and get the stuff mixing, but in the meantime, I'm going to have Matt, while I'm doing that, come in and discuss some of the different types. So here's Matt Shields, again, of Hyde Woodworking. By the way, with the epoxy, you want to mix it for at least, it says 1 minute for this, but follow the manufacturer's suggestion. I usually mix it for at least 2 or 3 minutes just to make sure it's fully mixed. Is this on?
Yeah, I mean, I think you turned that off, but it wasn't attached for a second. So there are a couple of different things to consider when using epoxy. And one of the biggest things that manufacturers won't tell you are that there are a lot of different properties, and that's what I would kind of call different types of epoxy. And so I made this graph to illustrate how they're different and what you use them for. And so these 4 categories are categories that I made up myself, and they relate mostly to 2 things that you can find in the instructions for all the pieces that you buy. And so the first category is regular and viscous. We've got fast and fluid, slow and fluid, and fast and viscous. I use the terms regular, fast, and slow to talk about the pot life. And the pot life is it's a measure of time from how long it takes to go from mixing into a gel state, because epoxy comes as 2 separate liquids, an A and a B. You mix them together, and then they harden to become a solid. Okay. And so the viscosity or fluidity refers to how much like water or how much like molasses the liquid is once it's mixed. And so both of those 2 factors will be better suited towards some applications versus other ones. And so let's talk about pot life first. A fast epoxy, in my opinion, is anything that's under 40 minutes or so. You have some really fast epoxies that you can probably buy, as you may have seen at your hardware stores, like 5-minute epoxy or 10-minute epoxies. And then your slow ones are 150 minutes or longer. And so this measurement is often found on the cans themselves, and you don't really have to do much digging for this information. However, viscosity is something that's a little bit more subtle, and it's something that's a little bit hidden in the product packaging that you get with epoxy. So you have to look at what are called MSDS sheets. It's the material data safety sheets, and every manufacturer is required to have them and give all the chemical properties. Viscosity is measured in centipoise, it's CPS. And so a fluid one, which is a lot closer to water is 0 centipoise. Your fluid ones are about 100 to 600. And then your thick ones or your viscous ones are about 1,000 or more. And so the reason why I bring this up is that a really thick and viscous liquid will have a harder time getting a bubble that's trapped on the bottom of the crack out of it. If it's really fluid and it's like water, it'll evacuate a lot quicker. Similarly, A slow curing epoxy will allow you more time for those bubbles to evacuate, whereas a fast curing one will harden oftentimes before all the bubbles can get out. And so this next column here talks about where would be a good idea to use these. And so the West system is a fast and a fluid epoxy, and it's often suited for cracks and voids because you don't have a whole lot of bubbles going in, and oftentimes the filling of cracks and voids is to seal up a piece of wood before finishing, and you don't want to wait for 3 days for some epoxy to fully harden. These other categories are used for other types of applications. What are called bar top epoxies are best used for top coats, and they're the ones that are kind of the standard generic epoxies. You've got a 45 to 75 minute working time, and it's pretty viscous, so it spreads out nice and evenly. And so putting it on the top of a piece of wood will get it nice and even and level. The Flowcast kit that Patrick talked about a second ago is a slow and a fluid epoxy, and it's used for filling really big voids for making those river tables. Any kind of a deep cast where you're pouring 1 or 2 inches thick. It's really slow to cure, so once you pour it, it'll stay a liquid for quite a long time. It's also not very viscous, it's very fluid, and so those bubbles will evacuate. You can get a really clear end cast afterwards. The 2 products that I use most often with this are the Ecopoxy, like Patrick does, and the EpoxyCast 690. It's made by Smooth On. It's another product. Finally, this last one is a little bit more of the fringe categories of epoxy that I only sometimes use. It's viscous. It's got a somewhat fast cure time, and I use it for encapsulating something. And so the epoxy reaction is one that is fed by heat, but it also produces heat. And so mixing too much at once, it'll cause the liquid to rapidly cure. It's called exotherming or thermal curing. So the manufacturers will often say don't mix more than 16 ounces, 32 ounces, 64 ounces at once. Depends on what you buy. And it's for this reason. You don't want it to start cracking. You don't want bubbles to be expelled from the piece of wood that you're trying to stabilize with epoxy. And so an encapsulating epoxy is used when you want to coat the surface of something that you're prepping before you do a much deeper cast. It's a little bit more specific, but that's why I usually stick to these 3 for most general applications. And so I think Patrick's just about done filling this stuff up, and we'll move the camera back up to them. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the epoxy mix set a little bit, allowing some of those bubbles that were in the mixture to rise to the surface, and I'll get those popped here in a second, and then we'll start pouring. But just wanted to show you the volume of tape used here. Don't skimp on the tape. If you don't use the right tape, certain adhesives, duct tape, packing tape, a lot of different common tapes that you'd think would be very strong the adhesives fail on it because of the epoxy. It eats at it, and by the time it hardens, it's created a gap in your tape and will leak out all over your floor. I've done this enough times that I no longer put plastic down on the floor. If it's your first time doing it, I recommend getting some plastic garbage bags or some clear plastic sheet and put that down to help prevent your floor from getting mess that you can't remove from it. But the tape is, again, pretty heavy. Any cracks that may potentially have a way to get through to the other side are covered. Some of them it's usually overkill. A lot of them don't get the epoxy to go through. But today, I know for sure that the one on the ends both go through, these go through, and this one goes through for sure. But even these smaller ones, it may find a way through, so you need to cover that escape route. Sometimes you'll have a bug hole that you think is going through, but actually comes out of the natural edge. And if you start filling that, it's just going to leak all over, and then you've got a epoxy on your edge, and you may not want that. So this here is ready to pour. I do have the epoxy here. There are just a couple bubbles on the surface in there. It's probably really hard to see. But what I use to break the surface tension when working with epoxy is denatured alcohol. Denatured alcohol is what you can use to clean up after epoxy if you get it on your hands or anything. It's a good thing to use. I put it in a little mist bottle like this. You can get them. I got this at Meijer, their travel section. It just creates a nice fine mist, and that's what you want. So I'm just going to give it, 2 little sprays, and that just took care of any of the bubbles on the surface. I'm going to give this a second now for that to evaporate. I'm going to get a syringe ready here. I'm going to use a big one. So I've got these larger syringes, and they come with a nice little metal tip here that can screw on so that I can get down in all of these little crevices really well. It's always a bit of a pain to get the stuff in there. I hate dipping it and sucking it through the tip, so I end up opening it through the back and pouring through the back, and then end up wasting a little bit. I'm going to put some gloves on here. Now's the time when you start getting a little bit messy potentially. All right, so it's oops, sorry about that. This tip had epoxy in it. I must have used it before, so it's not working. Got a new one here. Want to pull the plug out, plunger. I'm just going to go ahead and pour this right in.
Look closer.
Careful, depending on what kind of tip you got on, you may end up starting to drip out of the bottom as you're holding it vertical like this. But I just take a piece of paper towel first to actually get this ridge cleaned up. Try to get that in enough, get the bubble to the top, and squeeze it till that bubble is out of there. There we go, and then wipe the excess away. And we've got a syringe with some epoxy, the West Systems epoxy. And again, I'm a little more than the West Systems. The resin is 105. That's pretty much the one resin that you go with. And then there's different types of hardeners. They've got fast curing, slow curing, several different types. I use the Special Clear, which is 207. That just gives you a nice, real clear surface. Okay, looks like we got about 15 minutes left. So we're going to keep cruising along. So I'm just going to go ahead and start pouring these into the voids and trying not to do too much over pour, but you will clean that up later. So these cracks, I'm going to go ahead and just top them off, and they'll drain down a bit. As you see here, it was very quick. These I don't have too much worry of the thermal curing. But these larger voids, you saw how big the bottom is in there. So those larger voids, we're only gonna pour about a 1/4 inch. Otherwise, it can really have some real negative effects. We wait until it has gotten gummy, tacky. You can touch it, but it doesn't stick to your finger anymore. That's when I like to do the second set of pouring. We may push this one today, and if there's so little view of the bottom with this one, that if it does thermal cure, I can then show you what that looks like, and it's on the bottom, so I don't think it's going to ruin this piece. So we'll push it today. But here I'm just continuing along getting these cracks, and then whatever I have left in this syringe, I'm just gonna get the edges and everything coated in those large cracks so that it creates a layer over the wood. As the epoxy heats up, it has a thermal reaction. It heats up as it's curing, and as that's happening, the wood is expanding, creating there to be less space for air in it. So it's pushing out bubbles as it's heating up, pushing out air out of the wood itself. So if you can seal that wood before you have a major pour, that'll help minimize the bubbles as well. Well, it looks like we're gonna have, I guess I've got a little bit of cup as well to do the other sections here. So here I'm just going to kind of get it all over the edges so that it seeps down the edges and coats everything really nice. And then we're getting to the bubbles there. So we're going to redo this with what I've got left here. And I think I'm going to actually mix up another.
Phil can do that.
Yeah, Phil, do you think you can take this and just do 2 pumps of each here? Again, you want to try to coat the edges of everything so that it at least has a thin layer over everything. And then once that partially cures, it creates a barrier for the wood to not put out any more bubbles. All right, well, we got a bunch of bubbles. I'm gonna actually just see if I can suck those back in a little bit. Not too bad, we can.
They'll evacuate.
Yeah. So here's a for about a minute. So here are two things. Again, the denatured alcohol and flame. When you incorporate heat, it's a very dangerous slippery slope. Sometimes it can cause more bubbles. So you really just want to hit it really fast. You don't want to keep the flame on it for too long. At this stage, it is still too early in my mind to put heat to it, so I'm going to use denatured alcohol. And if you focus here on these bubbles, you can see they'll pop on their own, but it doesn't hurt to give them a little bit of a spritz with the denatured alcohol, and it just takes care of that, any of those bubbles.
If you wait till the end of the pot life, that's usually the best time to use the torch.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna push this one a little bit and not let it off gas as much, but again, with the limited size of this the crack on this top side, I don't think it's going to be too big of a concern. And I'm going to go ahead and just use the drip method, which is another common, or people use the pour, just pour straight out of it, but just take your stick and drizzle it on. And again, you're still trying to get all of the surfaces coated. Drip method isn't quite as neat and clean, but it does the job. This is white oak, so it's a nice hard surface that shouldn't soak in too deep. So it won't take too much sanding to clean it up. So that's about all we want to put in the larger voids, maybe a little more in this one. And then we're going to let that tack up a little bit. And then I'll finish pouring that. I'll do that overnight tonight so that tomorrow this will be all basically just topped off. And then we can open up the tape on the bottom and see what we're left with. And then we'll discuss more on how to do the finishing and prep work for getting the epoxy nice and flush with the wood. We go to 40.
Yep.
140.
Yep. You got about 5 minutes.
Okay. With this leftover epoxy, what I'll end up doing here is just finishing some of these cracks, but again, not putting any more into this. But I'm gonna let it sit rather than pushing this too much. And again, I'll do that overnight tonight. And then we've got this piece here. Again, kind of want to show you some of this. I haven't even opened up the tape on the back side. So this is kind of a preview of what we'll be doing a little bit with that piece tomorrow.
Face the camera.
So this one I did a little bit backwards, just because of the shape of this this void. There's this large piece. It only has a very thin amount. So this backside, you will be able to see into it. I'll put a little bit of this epoxy on it just so you can kind of see what's in there. And that's sanded to 180, which if you're trying to do another layer, you want to have the epoxy sanded to about 180 if it's already gotten hard and cured. So that's kind of just a cool void on the inside there. This just for being able to get it done and show you the other side. I'm just going to take this off really quick. Isn't what I usually do, but it'll at least serve for the purpose of today. Okay, so then this side had tape on it, so it's still a little bit rough. And again, just for being able to show you what we're working with in there. So there are a couple bubbles. Again, this is going to be the top side. I don't normally do it this way. We're filling from the bottom. So these bubbles here, they got kind of trapped in there because it wasn't, they had nowhere to go with that orientation. So perhaps I should have filled this and taped it off on the bottom side. But I just kind of wanted, I'm always testing and seeing what things make, how things react to different processes. If we have time tomorrow, I'm kind of contemplating making a barrier here and then filling this void so it's actually square on this back edge with epoxy. If we've got time, we'll end up doing that. If not, I may cover that sometime on on my Facebook or Instagram. Again, my business name is The Grainsmith. At The Grainsmith is my Instagram, and The Grainsmith on Facebook. I may do a follow-up on that if I don't get it done tomorrow. But it sounds like we're just about out of time. Again, my name is Patrick Hill, The Grainsmith. Thanks for joining me today. We'll get back to this project a little bit more tomorrow and do the second half of things. Thanks for coming.
All right. Hey, I don't before Patrick, can you hear me, Patrick, or not? I was gonna ask a couple questions. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So there's a little bit of a breach in the audio in the beginning. I know you made a really good point about the tape. Could you go over the type of tape that you were using? We didn't hear it.
Sure. So the most two common types of tape used are either painter's tape or like a Tyvek style tape. If you use Gorilla tape or duct tape or packing tape, those types of tape have an adhesive that the epoxy will deteriorate that adhesive, and the epoxy will leak through, and you're going to have a mess on your floor. So make sure that you're using a good quality tape and using enough of it. I use this Frog tape. Again, it's not the cheapest, but I think it's worth it. And a lot of people use the Tyvek tape, but the Tyvek tape, again, kind of leaves some residue. It's just harder to remove in my mind. They both do the same thing. This does have a stronger, so if you're making a form at all, this is the tape to use. If you're just dealing with cracks and knots and things, this is just fine. Another type of tape that does work well is this 3M, the Scott's blue edge lock. It is pretty critical that it has this. It's the blue with the kind of the greenish printing on it. Where's that other logo that you use for the floor? Yeah, we're good. Anyways, it's the baseboard and trim board style that 3M makes that works really good. But be careful. Make sure you tape off enough, and put a drop cloth down that's a plastic and has no holes in it, so that your floor doesn't whatever you get on your floor, it's not going to come off. Also, a big thing on then this workbench that I'm working on, it has see-through. You can see through to the bottom. I do it on that. If you do it on a regular solid workbench and you put this and you have any leaks, you're going to glue your piece right to your workbench. You're never going to get it off. So I like to have these that I can check in on the bottom, make sure no leaks are happening, but lift it up off your table surface at least an inch or so you can get under it if need be.
If you wanted, you could use the Tyvek tape for the nonstick.
Yeah. And the Tyvek also would work if you coated a piece of wood with the Tyvek to use as an edge piece. It'll release from the Tyvek really well. But that's about it on tape.
well, it sounds like when you're talking about the table that you're on. So, the first time did you glue one to the table? Is that why you know to lift it up now?
Very close. I got to it just in time when it was still tacky enough that I was able to peel it off. But man, it makes a mess. It can really make a mess if this stuff leaks out on you. So that's again why I don't skimp on the tape, and I don't skimp when I'm applying it either. More the better. Make sure you got it taped.
Yeah, it sounds like critical there is tape, and then more tape is what I'm hearing, right?
Right. And then maybe something I glossed over a little bit to help with the tape is the surface prep of the actual wood. This piece I sanded to 120 grit to start. Even if it comes out of a planer, oftentimes there's little grooves that make it hard for the tape to fully adhere to the surface. So you do want to have a real nice clean surface that you're taping to begin with. So if you've got a rough slab or a rough piece of wood, make sure you clean it up so that your tape's actually going to stick. That's another way that you can have major leakage happening.
Sure. Now, after sanding, do you clean it with something special or just wipe it off so that obviously you don't want to put a chemical on, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, so denatured alcohol is a chemical you can use in conjunction with epoxy. I use these blue shop towels. I use it for a lot throughout the shop for applying finish and stuff. It's a great thing. There's always the debate between compressed air or vacuum. A lot of people, both of these guys here, super clean guys and like the vacuum because it doesn't blow all the particulate in the air. I've got a pretty good size shop here that has good airflow, so I blow out with compressed air from the air compressor. to clean off the surface prior.
Excellent. And as we leave you here, what can we expect to see tomorrow?
We're going to finish this piece up with, again, tonight I'm going to finish pouring this. Now is about time where I might even get off this torch. So as I'm talking, I'm going to just do a quick bit with the torch. So we're going to finish this piece up. I'll have it sanded. So it's like this surface that I showed you on the ash pack here. Again, if I've got time, I may try to get this void in, this side on here, so that this edge continues to be flush across, and then it would be square, so that this back edge could then mount to a wall and be flush. So I think that's going to be the big hope. I don't think it's going to take too much time to explain how I actually finish up with the prepping the surface for actually applying a finish once there's a epoxy on it. So I'll talk on how to clean that all up and what products to use as far as getting a nice clean finish so that you can see clearly into the resin.
Well, I tell you what, I'm anxious to see it tomorrow. So I'll look forward to catching up with you guys tomorrow. Thanks. This was fantastic.
Good deal. See you tomorrow.
All right, everybody. I don't know about you, but epoxy is just mind-blowing to me and what you can do with it. And it is really neat to see how many different layers there are. I thought maybe I could do it after seeing Patrick and even the 40 minutes or 30 minutes he spent on it. I don't know that I've got the skill set to really do that. I might leave it in the hands of Patrick. Well, with that, speaking of skill set, everybody who put this on, Step Beyond Green is the presenting sponsor, but we couldn't have done it without everybody else's help. So I'm going to kick it off, and I'm going to take a minute to thank our sponsors. All right, everybody. I am excited again. Boy, the entire afternoon is mind-blowing to me. The sun is shining. We have all kinds of fun things going on. And I know that Downtown Harrison is ready. I can see him in the background. We have people waiting to listen to you, my friend. It is all yours.
All right. Watch your hope y'all ready, because I'm going to take y'all into some country. Once again, we're going to Downtown Harrison. I'm a voice impersonator, but we're going to take you one of my favorites. It's by the one and only Johnny Boy, hear that train coming, we go round that bend. I ain't gonna see the sunshine. I don't know when, but I'm stuck in golden prison. Time is dragging on, but that train keeps rolling. Oh, God, say no. When I visited, my mama told me, son, we'd always be a good boy that never stayed with one. But I shot a man in Reno just to walk him bloody. Now when I hear the whistle blowing, I hate my head down and I want to run. I know. When we Well, I bet those rich folks ain't no fancy dancy cars. They're probably drinking coffee, smoking big cigars. I knew I had it coming. I know I can't be free. You know the people keep on moving, and that's what goes with me. Hey. They're gonna take it off to the line. But if they free me from that prison, there will drain on mine. I'll move a little forward, further down that line. I'll just walk over the brother. That's where I want you to stay. Then I let them on some good soul, just throw my blue away. Then I said, throw my blue away. Man, I so hope everybody enjoyed that. Once again, I want those guys who like to jump around a little bit and sing a little country for you and have a country hat on. So we're going to keep it going a little bit more country. How about Fishing in the Dark? Oh, I just love that song. It is one of my favorites. Get ready. Yeah, I love it. They want some feet on it. Lady, come coming up tonight, shine through the tree. Rain's not singing on lightning, but floating on breeze. Baby, get ready. Across the field when creek turn back, there's no on the road. I'm gonna take you to the special place where nobody knows. Baby, get ready. Ooh, she said, you and me, we're fishing in the dark. Lying on the backs and counting stars. But you grass and roll, yeah. Down by the river in the cold moonlight, we've been falling in love in the middle of the night. I'm moving slow. We gon' stay the whole night through. It feels so good to be with you. Listen. Spring comes over and the summer comes, here, baby, people along. Wait for when the cold time's right, I'm gonna take you along. Baby, get ready. It don't matter if you sit forever and the fish don't bite. We'll jump in the river, man, cool ourselves from the heat of the night. Baby, get ready. Are you ready? Come on, help me out. Hey, you and me, we're fishing in the dark. Lying on the backs and down the stars where the cool grass grows. We're down by the river and the cold moonlight. We've been falling in love in the middle of the night, but the moving slow. We gon' stay the whole night through. It feels so good to be with you and me. We're fishing in the dark, lying on the backs and down the stars where the blue grass grows. We're down by the river in the cold moonlight. We've been falling in love in the middle of the night, but the moon is slow. You and me go fishing in the dark, lying on the back and count the stars where the blue grass grows. business. We stayed a whole night through. It feels so good to be with you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Who else want to hear some country out there? Oh, man, I don't know about you, but I am a big fan of country. I'm talking about a little fishing in the dark. I gotta give you one more. Can I give you one more? Oh, yeah. This is one of my favorites. When I say it's my favorite, I feel like I'm gonna have to go out a little bit after this. Oh, yeah. You know what I say, right? You like chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. Pair of jeans made my side. Turn the radio up, I'll sing that sunrise. See love in a woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious time. I'm mother's love. Oh man, I feel like it, y'all. Well, I praise them each day, the door to find that's home, you know. Sweet tea, peanut pie, and homemade wine, where peaches grow. My house is not much tall, fine, but it's still love, it's on that southern ground. With just a little bit of chicken fry. Cold beer on a Friday night, pair of jeans at my side. I turn the radio up, well I see that sunrise. Feel love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of precious time. I'm mother's love. Well, it's funny how the old simple things in life that mean the most. Where you live, or what you drive, you know the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign, peace of mind, this I come to know. So if you agree, have a drink with me. Raise your glasses for a toast. Little bit of chicken fry. Cold beer on a Friday night, everything's at my side. I turn the radio up, I see that sunrise. See the love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious time. I'm mother's love. Oh yeah. Hey. Thank God for my life, for the stars and those stripes. May that freedom forever fly. Let it rain. Salute the ones who died. The one who gave their life, so we don't have to sacrifice all things we love, like a little chicken fry. Cold beer on a Friday night, everything at my side. Turn the radio up, I see that sunrise. In love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious time. I'm mother's love, no like chicken fry. No fear on a Friday night, everything's at my side. Turn the radio up, I see that sunrise. In love in a woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious time. I'm mother's love. Man, we got time now for one more. Oh man, sweet. So what I want to do is I want to give you one of the classics. We're gonna go back. Who remember this one here? I remember back in the days. This was one of my favorites. Oh man, you're gonna love this one here. It's an old school. Old school. You can work, you never were my girl. You can turn my clothes right on down. And you can tell your friends what's going on. They let me go, I'm on your phone. You can tell my all, go back to the phone. You can tell my feet hit the floor. Oh, you can tell my lips, they tell my fingertips. They won't be reaching out on you no more. Well, I said, don't tell my heart, my baby break it off. I just don't think you'll understand. Yeah, if you tell my heart, my baby break it off. It might know what we kill this man. Oh! That's right, y'all got the moves out there? Oh yeah. Come on now. Hey! You can tell your mom I'm the talking song. You can tell your dog find my legs. Or tell your brother Bill it's just to meet my lips. He never really liked me if you would. You wanna tell your when to read it, tell anything you read it. I'll separate no, I'm okay. Boy, if you tell my eyes, just walk up on my mind. It might be walking out of me today. But I just don't tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart. I just don't think you'll understand. And if you tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart, it might just go up and kill this man. Come on, y'all. Here they go, now, yeah. Come on. Don't tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart. I just don't think you understand. Maybe if you tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart, it might go up and kill the man. Don't tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart. I just don't think you understand. And if you tell my heart, my aching, breaking heart, it might blow up and give it rain. I said, oh, God, here, down, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is fantastic. Downtown Harrison, you are rocking it, my friend. You are rocking it. And the people out here are enjoying it. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a little while, my friend.
I'll be back, my friend.
All right, everybody, we are back again at the top of the hour because our music symbolizes the last 15 minutes, and we bring you right back to the At Home Home Show Virtual Expo brought to you by Step Beyond Green to Healthy. A little bit about Step Beyond Green to Healthy for those of you who are just joining us. Step Beyond Green to Healthy is a non-for-profit that was started this year, but it's been an initiative within another company for 8 years. We've been out there broadcasting to the public about indoor air quality or indoor environment quality now, as it says, because it doesn't just revolve around air. So we actually have a couple vendors here today. The HVAC vendor, Capital Heating and Cooling, they're actually going to talk to you all about indoor air quality, but we also have water quality here today with Water Doctors. On top of that, if we want to talk about EMFs or solar, Current Electric is here with us today as well. So we have all those different, as we like to call it in the industry, mechanical, electrical, plumbing are all on stage today. But if you need someone to wrap that all together for you, we got a couple of remodelers, core improvements, and we've also got Ironwood Builders as well as Design Tech Remodel. Got that one all messed up. We'll get that right back. But other than that, we also have Tree Services by Hoppy Tree Services. So we've got all kinds of people who are waiting to talk to you today. If you look below, I had it right, Design Tech Remodeling, my apologies. We got All Right Home and Remodeling. You know what All Right does? They do your windows, your siding, your roofing. They also do insulation. So if you need something done today with insulation, make sure you stop by their booth. Let's not forget Creative Construction of Wisconsin is out there. Anybody who has a plaster need, whether it's exterior or interior, Creative Construction of Wisconsin is here today to talk and chat with you. Make sure you stop by their booth. I know that a lot of homes in Milwaukee have that plaster on the exterior, and you go, who could possibly fix that? I've seen some of their work, absolutely fantastic. Hey, don't forget about Oak Creek Plumbing and Kitchen and Bath down there. Stop into their booth and talk about actually remodeling your kitchen or bath or plumbing needs as well. And we've got, last but not least, we have Floor Coverings International. Anything you need to do with flooring, they are your go-to with us today, as well as Kohler Signature by First Supply and Gerhardt's are with us today to talk everything about plumbing, what makes it beautiful inside your kitchen and bath. They are the people to reach out to today and chat with. All right, we've got lots more coming at you this hour. We've got two special guests that I can't wait to introduce you to. We have got Shannon Vick of Iron Fit Fitness to talk with us, and we also have Abby over at First Weber with Sarah, and they're going to talk about what's changed in the realty market. Not necessarily with our houses, but COVID-19 has kind of changed how they actually talk and present, and they're going to talk all about the kind of the changes that are going on. So you shouldn't be afraid to put your house on for sale, and you shouldn't actually be afraid to go visit houses that are for sale. And they're going to talk you through all of that later on today. Well, I can't wait to hear from Shannon in just a minute. But before we get to Shannon, I'm going to hear from let's take a visit from our sponsors. Go. All right, welcome back, everybody. And I've got a very special guest today from Iron Fist Fitness. We've got Shannon. Shannon, how are you doing, sir?
I am doing good. How are you doing, Jonathan?
Oh my gosh, it has been one hell of a day, Shannon. We've learned how to make epoxy. We've actually learned about radon solutions and playscapes. And you know what? All those are really good about getting out and moving around. But I think, you know what? I think a lot of people have been at home, my friend. They've been at home, sitting on the couch. You know what? I'm one of those guys too. And I hear you're today going to talk a little bit about what we can do to get off my couch and to get in some better shape. Right, Mike? Is that right?
Yeah. We're going to talk about the 80-20 rule. Again, my name is Shannon Vick, owner of Iron Fist Fitness. We're located in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, and I'm excited to be on here, Jonathan. Thank you to you and the crew for having him on. The 80-20 rule that we're going to be discussing today, I'm going to be breaking it down from a nutritional standpoint, also an exercise standpoint, and then I'm going to blend the two together. And I think the information that I have today is going to help many individuals out there who are trying to better their health, who want to see improvement in maybe their overall stamina, their energy, and ultimately their look. You know, how you look from a standpoint. Maybe you're trying to lose weight. Maybe you're trying to add lean muscle. So the 80-20 rule from a nutritional standpoint, it works in conjunction to eating clean 80% of the time, which gives us a little wiggle room, which is 20%, to have our cheat meal. So many people ask the question, can I have a cheat day? Well, obviously a cheat day would override the 80-20 rule. That would be too much. And so this gives you a little wiggle room to be able to kind of play around with. And so the math on this, if those of you who are at home trying to figure out how the 80-20 rule would work, if you had 17 meals, you would have 17 healthy meals, and then you would have less than 4 unhealthy meals. So those are meals that maybe you have, you know, some ice cream, or maybe you have a burger or something like that. But what you're doing is you're eating clean 80% of the time. You're going to have to obviously track your meals so that you don't go over the 20%, and then that would negate obviously your progress. And so it's nice because you can enjoy the foods that you love without overindulging. It's also helpful for a well-balanced diet. And I think when you look at this particular rule and the math behind it and the science behind it, you'll actually gain better results, because those of us who have tried diets in the past, you know, a lot of times it involves restricting things. You know, I can't have this, and it becomes what you can't have. And a lot of times that ruins the mentality, and you're bitter at the foods that you should be eating. And then maybe you're not getting the results that you desire because it's so many rules and there's so many restrictions, the 2 R words, that there aren't results, which is the 3rd R word. And so this rule allows you to eat clean 80% of the time and then give you that little bit of wiggle room to where you have 20% where you can have, you know, foods that you really enjoy that maybe aren't necessarily good for you, but they're not going to hurt your progress, if that makes sense. So again, 17 healthy meals, less than 4 unhealthy meals. Obviously, you do the math on that, and that will kind of be, you know, the results that you'll get from that. So again, you don't feel limited, you achieve greater results, and it's better overall. Okay, so that's the nutrition side. I'm going to break it down to the exercise. Now, the 80-20 rule can be pretty much applied to anything, even us as small business owners. You know, 80% of what happens comes from about 20% of your effort. And so when you look at exercise, I'll just take this model. You have exercise where maybe you're exercising at 80% low intensity. So you're not exerting your body as much, but you're just still active, getting movement going, things of that nature. And the 20% can be the high intensity. And so there's many ways you can do this. For those of you who are trying to lose weight and gain strength, but not get like big, then what you would do is you would probably follow the strength endurance method, which is going to be 12 to 20 reps at about 50 to 70% of your 1 rep max. So I'll break that down by saying this. If you can do 100 pounds one time, for those of you trying to lose weight, 50 to 70% of that would be you doing 50 to 70 pounds at 12 to 20 reps, which gives you the endurance, okay? And it's also cutting the fat because of the amount of reps that you're doing at that specific weight, okay? So that's that. But then let's say you want to gain some strength. Well, on the 20% time, you're going to do anywhere between 80 to 100% of your 1 rep max, and maybe you're only able to do those reps at 1 to 5 times, okay? So that could be the 80-20 rule. You're going 80% strength endurance. The other 20% is strength where you're getting stronger, but you're not necessarily gaining weight. And so that's really cool. So that's how it becomes applicable for that standpoint, the exercise. Now I'm going to break them down together, okay? Exercise and nutrition, obviously. Here's the one thing people always ask me as a trainer, how much of what should I be doing? And the what is how much exercise and or nutrition should I be taking? So if you're doing the exercises, but you're not following the nutrition, you're not going to get the results you're looking for. So basically you cannot out eat a bad diet. So it's imperative that you are eating enough foods on the nutrition side, which is about the 20%, or excuse me, the 80%. And then the exercise is the 20%. But when you mirror them together, that allows you to achieve optimum results. So you want to make sure that you're exercising, okay, throughout the week, 3 to 5 times a week. Doesn't matter the intensity, it's just as long as you're moving. But you're going to get a lot of your results from what you do in the kitchen and by the foods that you consume. And so that is very, very important that you understand that you mirror them, or it's a marriage. And so if you do both, you're likely to get those quick results. So again, you can't out eat a bad diet, but you can do all the exercises, but if you don't have the diet, you're not going to get the results. And then you can mostly do the diet, get the results that you're looking for, but you may not get the optimum results you're looking for because you're not doing the exercise. So it's very imperative that you do both, okay? Again, 80% is the most significant, and those results come from 20% of your actions. And so that's very important going forward. again, to kind of recap, 80-20 rule can be applied to pretty much anything. But when we're talking about the fitness, you know, when you're on the nutrition side, you can have 80% healthy foods, 20% of maybe not so healthy foods, but that's not going to hinder your progress because you're still doing majority of work on the 80% end. Okay. It allows you to have a more well-balanced diet, which is important for anything, just in life. And then it also allows you less aggravation, less irritation, because you're not restricting yourself so much. Okay. Again, that 20% is giving you that wiggle room to enjoy the foods that you really enjoy, whether it's French fries, whatever, hamburgers, whatever. Maybe it's a beer. I don't know, but 80-20. 17 meals, we said healthy, less than 4 unhealthy. And making sure too, another thing that I want to talk about before I close out is the amount of sleep that you're getting, the amount of vitamins, supplements. Those are imperative too, that can kind of be included in the nutrition. So whatever you're not getting on the nutrition end from a food consumption, you also want to get that in supplements. That's why supplements are what they are. They are to supplement what you're not getting in your nutrition. And so vitamin B, vitamin D, vitamin C, those are very essential vitamins that you should be consuming. You should be making sure that you're getting adequate sleep, because that's very important. And making sure that you're meditating, praying, whatever you do, stretch, all those things combined will allow you to be just a better athlete, or just, even if you're not an athlete, just your weekend warrior, or just live you a better quality of life. And so it's important that you kind of follow that. So hopefully this was informative. If anyone has any questions, I would love to answer them. I do have some information on my website, ironfistfitness.com. If you're in the area and are looking for more information, please hit me up. This is something that I am passionate about. I love doing. I love the fact that I had this platform to be able to share information, because a lot of times people aren't getting results because they don't have the education behind it. And when you have the education, it makes things a lot easier. And I like the 80-20 rule because, again, it gives you wiggle room to kind of consume some of those foods that you enjoy. So, yeah, Jonathan, if you have anything else, let me know. I'd love to chime in on that. Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic information. This is, wow, this is really cool. Hey, one of the things that kind of came to my mind is, what if I was doing some of this stuff? And do you have any ideas or suggestions for how to jumpstart back into it? I don't know. I feel like I really just turned myself down, and I don't have that ambition. So get us some suggestions for me.
I think one of the biggest things, that's a great question. I always say find an accountability partner. Find someone or some persons who can kind of help motivate you. So me, I'm part of we go mountain biking every weekend. I'm part of a crew. Me and my buddies, we go to Manuka Park and we go biking. And so that's just something that we do. We hold each other accountable. It's like, hey, we're calling each other up. Like, hey, where you at, man? You coming? That's a good way. If you don't have that accountability partner, I say everybody needs a therapist. I believe everybody needs a personal trainer. If it's not forever, at least for a few weeks to give you some education as to what to do. The last thing I will say is power walking. Power walking is huge. It's minimal effort, on the joints. And it's just something that's easy that everyone can do. So if you can just move, power walking is really essential to help upstart you in your fitness journey.
I think that's really important to say, the buddy system. I mean, that's kind of, we always had that in school, right? It was the buddy system. Make sure you got somebody that's always kind of pushing you, getting to some kind of accountability, but more importantly, that kind of that edge for you to go, I can do this, you can do this, kind of that back and forth, and getting you motivated. Hey, how did you get into this whole thing? I mean, I think everybody always asks that kind of question, how does one start up his own fitness company? And you seem very passionate about it. So give us a little bit about how you got this thing started.
I got started. I was a city kid. I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And then my parents at the age of 14 moved to Oak Creek. And I started my high school year. And, I remember being a skinny kid from the city, and I didn't know any better. And a buddy of mine who I made friends with very quickly said, hey, man, you ever lift weights? I said, no. And so he brought me into the weight room. I think I was able to bench maybe 50 pounds. And from then on, it was just a passion that just grew. I played high school football for Oak Creek. We went to the state championship, and then I played football at Oshkosh. It just became a passion of mine to say, hey, I don't want to be selfish. Let me have the skill set that I have, let me take that knowledge and help others get in shape. So, whether it's athlete, average Joe, or just person who is trying to have a better lifestyle, let me be the one to motivate and help them. So yeah, I'm very passionate about this. And to answer your question, I got started in my basement on 45th and Elite. I used to live there. I moved. That's where Iron Fist Fitness started, in my basement, and now it's a 5,000 square foot unit in Wauwatosa. We've been operating more than 6 years now, and I'm really excited.
That is awesome. That is really, I think a lot of the last question I have for you is, has the gym changed at all for this COVID? Did you guys put in anything there? Could you tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the gym?
Absolutely. Great question. So what we're doing at the gym is, we were able to, because of the amount of space that we have, the only restriction, the only thing we had to do from a limitation standpoint is, we would get 15, 20 people in a class. So now what we did was we added more classes, and we made it a cap at 10 people so that there's no more than 10 persons in the gym at a time. Because we're a personal training studio, we are able to, allot the person or the persons that we're training 6 feet. We spray everything down. We've always been a clean gym, even before and after. So not much has changed because we've always been a clean gym, but we just have limited our classes from 15 to 20 now down to 10. And then we also do Zoom classes as well. So people who can't make the gym can be right at home and do their exercises, and I coach them right from the gym, and they're at home. So it's great.
Yeah, that is, just like we're doing now, I kind of got that virtual side of things as well. We were talking yesterday a little bit, and you were saying that you've had people come back, but you've actually seen a bunch of new people come. Is that true?
Yeah, I think people were just, being, having to stay up for 2 months. I mean, that is not only depressing, but it's bad for your mental, wellness and your physical. And so I think, that is a great thing, that because we are a smaller studio, we're not a big box gym. I think people feel more safe and more comfortable being at a smaller boutique gym as opposed to a 20,000 square foot or more gym, where there's more people coming in and there's more opportunity for germs and things of that nature. So yeah, we have seen a little bit of an increase in that aspect, and that's kind of balanced out, from the ones who are hesitant to come back to the gym in comparison to the ones who are just wanting to get to the gym.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I think it's truly, for anybody out there, Shannon it's a small business. I mean, at the end of the day, we all had to find a way to survive. He's pulled through. He's been here for 6 years. He's a testament. Help go out and seek this guy. He's an amazing guy. His gym's amazing. It's just fantastic. I was so excited to have you on today. Can you go back to the beginning? You said that if you could do one thing, what's that one thing that will kind of get me kickstarted? Where should I start? Can I leave everybody with that one starting point?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing is eat enough. We have so many people who don't eat enough foods throughout the day. I will leave you with this tidbit. When you don't eat enough, your body goes into survival mode, and so you begin to store fat. So the big thing is eating enough meals. You want to get 3 to 6 meals. That's including snacks, and obviously keeping it healthy. You do have that wiggle room of the 20% to kind of, cheat a little bit. But I think diet is the biggest thing. It's 80% of your results come through nutrition. So if you can start there by eating healthy, developing healthy habits, maybe cutting some things like soda or whatever it may be, I think that's a good start, and it's going to propel you to greater success in your fitness journey.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. He just said eating was going to make you successful. I mean, not too many guys I ever know that's in fitness go, eating is the way to do it, Jonathan. You got to eat, because boy, do I like to eat. So I mean, this you're telling me all the things I want to hear, my friend.
Yeah, as long as it's healthy, eating healthy. Yeah, eating healthy. Yeah.
I was so close. Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. Well, Shannon, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming out. Can you give us just some contact information one last time before we say goodbye?
Absolutely, Jonathan. Thanks again for having me. If anyone has any information or is wanting more information or even wanting to come to the gym, we do free consultations. Come by, see a tour of the beautiful facility that we have. My information is on the bottom, ironfistfitness.com, or you can go to bodybyvick, BICK.com, or call me, 414-719-7177. Would love to meet you and give you a tour of the gym and see if we're the right fit for you, which I know we will be. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, Shannon, a pleasure as always, and we'll check in with you some other time, sir.
All right, Jonathan. Have a great day, man. I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody. As we continue on to our journey, so we have heard about radon. We have heard about play sets. We have learned about epoxy, and the guy just said eat. I love it. Although he did say healthy after it, but that's okay because I love to eat. Okay, so we got coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to hear from First Weber, and we're going to hear from Abby and Sarah about what's going on with realty. But before we do that, we're actually going to hear from our sponsors. All right, everybody, we are back here at the At Home Show, sponsored by Step Beyond Green to Healthy. And I am always excited to hear about the realty world, mostly because I am in the construction world. I'm going to bring in here Abby and Sarah from First Weber. How you both doing?
Hey, we're doing good. How are you?
You're doing good. You gotta be happier. You gotta be more excited. Come on. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. Well, you guys are gonna tell us all about how COVID-19 has changed the realty world. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and take it over.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. I am Abby Hockey, and I am a manager broker from First Weber. And this is Sarah Venice, an agent and also broker with First Weber. So thanks so much for having us today. We liked the segment before, as well as you did, Jonathan, about eating, because that will get either one of us on board. But we are coming to you to talk a little bit about real estate. And when we were asked to be a part of this, we were thinking about what topic regarding real estate do we want to talk about. Obviously, this is what Sarah and I do for a living. This is our passion. We do it every single day. So there's a lot to talk about when it comes to real estate. But given the platform that we are here on and that we're at, being this virtual home show, we decided we should probably talk about COVID and how it has affected our marketplace and what we do from a day-to-day basis, and what you guys as the consumers, the buyers and the sellers should also know about COVID, and trying to take a positive spin on it, right? Because it's been, regardless of how you feel or what your opinion has been on COVID itself, or how it has or maybe hasn't even affected you, it has definitely impacted our nation and our economy and our day-to-day lives. So in turn, it's also affected real estate and our marketplace. So we just want to take a little bit of time to kind of touch on what you should expect as a seller and what you should expect as a buyer if you are looking to get into the marketplace right now, or maybe you are actively in it also. And some of these things maybe shocked you or took you back or whatever it might be. But we're also trying to make it a little fun and make it positive. This isn't, going to be a daunting session or anything. So hopefully it's not. If it is, chime in and let us know, or don't. Anyway, so I think ultimately what we want to step back and look at first and foremost is that when the Safer at Home Act was put in place, we were deemed an essential business, which we were so grateful for and so thankful for, to be able to continue to do our business because, you guys moving, buying and selling, that doesn't stop. And it's a crucial part of our economy. So we needed to keep moving forward. But how do we now go about business? Yes, we are allowed to do business, but it's not business as usual. And that phrase was coined very quickly in our industry. This is, we're allowed to practice, but not business as usual. So what does that look like for us, for all of you? And things have had to change and adapt, and some for the better, which is exciting. And it's gonna change our industry moving forward. I think another thing too, quickly to touch on, is what does our marketplace look like right now? So that kind of prefaces our discussion, right? So our marketplace right now is a seller's market, right? Which, for everybody out there, what is a seller's market? So a seller's market ultimately means that we have a high demand of buyers and very low inventory. So lots of people wanting to buy, not as many houses out there to sell to them. So it's just created this crazy marketplace right now for both buyers and for sellers. And there's a lot that you need to take into consideration. So let's kind of dive into what it looks like for the selling side and what has changed ultimately. I think first and foremost, everybody should know that this is not a one size fits all. Every single seller's situation is a little bit different. And that's always been the case, but I think now more than ever, whether it's a vacant property, right? Or you might have young kids at home, or you might have elderly people living in your home with you. There's all different precaution levels that need to be taken, and you need your agent to be able to sit down with you and have that discussion with you openly, and you feel comfortable having that discussion with them. You guys should all, regardless, like we said, of what your opinion is on COVID, we still need to talk about it. Has it affected you? Have you seen effects by it? Are you not worried about it? Are you worried about it? Because I think that's a really important place to start.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think as a listing agent, that is one thing we first and foremost want to talk about. And if you say, hey, it's not an issue, okay, great. Well, we'll move on. But ultimately, like we said, it's not a one size fits all. And when we're talking about gearing your house up to hit the market, we are there for your expertise level, but we really go off of your needs and your wants. And that's the beautiful thing about real estate ultimately, is that we're able to cater to you and your needs.
Right. And it's also keeping in mind the buyer's needs that are coming in, whether or not the seller's stance may be one way or the other, but it's setting those precautions out there, but it's also keeping in mind the buyers that are coming through and their situation and maybe their thoughts on it. And so we've just kind of been playing that out and trying to see what works best for everyone, whether it be hand sanitizer at doors, removing shoes or shoe covers,
wearing masks.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And public perception too. You're putting your house out there and you're going to have people coming through. So we want to make sure, like Sarah said, we're working to keep everybody feeling comfortable in the situation is really important. Okay. So a couple things. What's changed? First of all, a lot of you guys are at home now, right? And I mean, I think we're all starting to come out of our house a little bit more and do things. And especially since the weather's getting nicer, that's obviously a huge benefit. But we have all become a lot more comfortable at home. So keeping in mind, our web traffic has skyrocketed. Over the last few months, everybody is online right now. Obviously, that's why we're here today. So understanding that and just understanding then the logic behind that. We have said for so long, for many years, with social media's presence picking up, that your first showing is online. And now more than ever, that is
crucial.
It's crucial. It's huge. Your online presence has to be on point. So online presence, what does that mean? Your agent hopefully is investing in professional photography so that when the buyer clicks on your property or it comes up in their search, it looks perfect, immaculate, right? It's everything. It's clean. It's organized. The angles are right. The lighting is right. It's really, really important. So we're seeing agents more than ever put money towards their marketing for professional photography. And then also virtual walkthroughs have become more popular. 3D Matterport, where you can literally have people walk through your home on a 3D tour right from their tablet or their phone or on their computer, whatever it might be, so that they can get a 365 view of your house. So like we said, your first showing is online, and that truly is what they're doing. They're walking through your home. And if it doesn't look great, if it doesn't appeal to their eye, that first couple of clicks, they're swiping to the next property. You can guarantee it. So it is very important. A couple other things that people have been doing too, drones, I think, are becoming more popular. If you live on a lake, you want to be able to see the lake, what it's like. If you live on a big property with land, buyers need to be able to look and visualize how their day-to-day life is going to intertwine into the layout of that property or the outbuildings. Is it going to work for them? Can they have horses there? Whatever it might be.
Right. And this is all before the showing's even scheduled. And that's on purpose in its own way. It's because of what was happening. We were trying to eliminate bodies all coming into these houses because of the lack of inventory that we were seeing. It was really important that we would showcase the house as true as it is. That way, if a buyer said that house is too close, that neighbor's house, or maybe the land is too much for me, we're not even going to set up the showing. And then people that, didn't take the extra investment for that, maybe that's sending the buyers through to walk by or drive by before we set up these showings. But that was all very intentional during this time, was to make sure that the web listing looked in its best light.
Well, right. And it's so nice too to be able to weed out some of those buyers that aren't going to necessarily come to your house to write an offer, or maybe they get there and then instantly realize, oh yeah, that house is way too close.
Right.
Well, we could have stopped, we could have put a stop to that before, like wasting the buyer's time and wasting the seller's time ultimately.
Exactly.
So it's important. I mean, we obviously feel that it's extremely important. Yes. And for you as the seller, it's good for you too. There's so much that goes into getting your house ready for showings, and potentially having to get your kids out the door, or the dogs or the cats or whatever it might be. So to have somebody take that extra step to make sure it's only serious buyers coming through, or buyers that see a potential in actually purchasing your house, is really important.
Right. And remember, a lot of people were working from home and kids were getting homeschooled.
Oh.
Right. So that changed showings tremendously on how we were able to get people in the door and what times. And that just added a whole new stress level to getting your house ready. And anybody that's watching this that has ever sold or gotten their house ready, that that's a huge task to take on. So it was important for a lot of sellers to make sure that their house was most accurately portrayed online, so we could eliminate those showings. So you didn't have to rush out of the door because you knew that buyer wasn't going to like the house because of the layout or whatever that may be. So that was really, really crucial.
Yeah. And I think, I was going to say along that same lines of people being at home, ultimately, we'll touch on this, I think, a little bit at the end, but we did see a drastic slowdown in our marketplace, obviously, right when COVID hit, and everything was a little bit up in the air. And primarily for that reason, sellers all of a sudden would pull their houses off the market, or they didn't go forward with their listing right at that moment because, how were they going to be able to accommodate the traffic or the people coming through or the potential exposure?
Yes.
Exactly. So we saw that for a while. As we moved into April and May, we did see that loosen up a little bit, and we'll touch on that, like I said, towards the end. But there's so many factors to keep in mind, but all of the precautions that have been made are such beneficial precautions for you guys, and having somebody think through these steps is crucial in our opinion. So another fun thing that has changed. So social media, obviously, we all know is has a huge presence, and more in our real estate industry, it's important for marketing purposes. So when we were deemed essential, certain things were continued to be allowed, certain things had to change a little bit. And one thing that definitely had to change was open houses. So obviously we couldn't even flirt with the idea of having too many people on a property at once, or, put anybody in an uncomfortable situation. So open houses, we did stop for quite a while. And though we still had continued listings, what were we going to do to get that extra exposure out to the world? So agents got creative and started using these tools that have always been accessible to us, but we just haven't been forced to use them until now. And one of those has been Facebook, and the different levels that the power that Facebook has, right? So Facebook Live virtual open houses really took off pretty much instantaneously. It was pretty cool to see our industry just grasp onto it and get creative. But I'm sure a lot of you out there have seen them, or, possibly even bought houses off of them. As a manager, I heard all the stories of the agents that hosted them and said how many buyers reached out to them, or how they received offers directly from having the virtual open houses.
The amount of exposure that we were able to capture during that time for doing, because we had to make adjustments for our sellers. We had to be able to showcase their house in ways and get it out there to the public, especially the people that are utilizing Facebook. Maybe they were laid off of their jobs and they're scrolling on Facebook a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It was able to capture those people, but to also benefit our sellers and market it in a different way when we couldn't actually do the live open houses or the live showings. There was every once in a while, we would hear about people doing a FaceTime showing, seeing if the clients liked it. If they did, then we would schedule another one to get them in. So it was being able to utilize tools like that and Zoom or things of what we're working on right now on this platform, and able to do that type of stuff more than ever.
Yeah, Facebook Live consistently has been driving these live open houses have consistently been driving numbers upwards of the thousands as far as people viewing them, which you can't get that on your typical noon to 2 Sunday open house.
Nor would you probably want that.
Nor would you want that. Nor would you want that as a seller.
Yeah.
The agent would be stressed. I mean, there's so many reasons. So it shows the power behind the internet and behind social media, but also behind these technologies that agents are able to capitalize on now.
Exactly.
And for you as a seller, I mean, thousands upon thousands of people viewing and getting to walk through your house without actually having to come and spread their germs and their dirty shoes throughout your house. I mean, that's a win-win, most definitely. Mm-hmm. So then now jumping into, virtual open houses, we really got into when Safer at Home was in order. And now we're seeing things open up a little bit more. People are getting a little more comfortable getting outside of their house. So open houses they are allowed now. People are starting to do them again and getting out, depending on the situation, depending on the property. There's a lot of things that have to go in behind it. A lot of things you need to think about before you go into actually hosting an open house. But given that there's still precautions put in place, and every brokerage might be a little different. Every agent might also operate a little bit differently. But what we're seeing is that we're really trying to be cautious and kind of conduct them like in showing, which we'll get into as well. But one group at a time through for your open house, and traffic patterns maybe even developed, like go in this way and out that way, so that we can keep a constant rotation. Limiting your time while you're going through. Mm-hmm. Also, what personal protective equipment is going to be available, whether you as the agent or the seller provide it, or the people coming through, the buyers coming through for your open need to wear. So whether that's a mask or booties, having hand sanitizer available. So all these things kind of go into the planning behind it, but also the precaution. So just know that we're out there taking those steps to continue to keep things safe for everybody. Anything else on that? Sorry.
Yeah. So just with the open houses kind of leading into showings, we've limited the time. So previously, before COVID, it was, you could have up to an hour time slot for a showing. Sometimes we could add little restrictions in there, here and there. But now we've seen, 30-minute showing increments to 10 minutes, some of them, some 20 minutes, because we needed to accommodate all the buyers that want to see. So we've shrunk the showings, but it's also, we're not allowing overlapping showings, like Abby was saying with open houses, having just single parties through at one time. Same with showings. So there could be a whole crew of buyers that want to get in with their agents, and we just kind of wait outside and people take their turn looking at these houses. So we're not crowded. We're not going into these houses having multiple groups. Like if you have bought in previous markets, I'm sure even recently you've seen, the line of streets of all the cars parked to see the one house, and it feels like an open house in its own way, which can be very overwhelming. So it's the respectability of that all has of the showing of the buyer to have their individual showings at the open houses now and at actual showings has been really, really neat to see.
Yeah, ultimately, it felt like a revolving door for a while when in a busy market. So it's really nice, like Sarah said, to have those time slots for people specifically.
Oh, this is wow! You guys have dealt with a lot in the last couple of months, huh?
It's been a busy couple of months, to say the least.
I bet. I think one of the questions as you were talking is, and I think it's everybody's, crystal ball. do you think this is here to stay for a while? Do you think that we're going to get some kind of hybrid going into fall that's going to allow, the showings to last a little longer, less virtual, more in person, or do you feel like this is here to stay for the long term?
Yeah, I mean, the crystal ball is the ultimate treasure, right? We all would love that, especially right now. But the hybrid, I think you hit that spot on. I definitely see a mix between things. Like virtual showings, for instance, a lot of agents have implemented those, saying, you cannot come through the home until you view the virtual showing first. And that, again, helps weed people out. So again, a little bit of a mix there where you can first view that. And then if your buyer is serious, then you can jump into an actual live open house. But yeah, definitely. I think all of the virtual platforms we're seeing certain people love it and gravitate towards it, and then other people wanting the traditional way of doing things. So it's been nice to have that mix, that hybrid, like you say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we never know what's coming in the future and how to address it. But I think our industry as a whole has done a really good job of being very proactive on what to do and when, and just kind of taking it one day at a time. And I do think, like Abby said, there's going to be a shift of, we're going to still utilize both ends just depending on the situation and people, the seller's feelings and the buyer's feelings towards what's all happening in our market. But I would say, I mean, there's still, as much as a lot of things came on virtually, there's still, I mean, there was rarely did we hear of people writing sight unseen, even considering the situation. While people do it, people did it in previous markets, it's not unheard of. It's still, people were still seeing the houses in person. We just had to adjust the way that could happen.
Awesome. Well, really good information. Thank you, Abby and Sarah, for your time today. And I hope to have you back soon.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, everybody. Well, we are going to move on back to music. In just a moment, we're going to bring back Downtown Harrison for round 3. That's right. We're going to bring them back for round 3. But a word from our sponsors before that. All right, everybody, we are back, and we are continuing with the at-home show brought to you by Step Beyond Green and Healthy. And I'm going to bring back Downtown Harrison for his next performance line. I love this guy's hats. Every time he comes on, it's something different. Harrison, it's all yours.
All right. So we took you into some country. You took me into a couple of oldies but goodies. But what I want to do now is I want to take you into some serious soul music, like Mustang Sally. Are you ready? Mustang Sally. All right. Look at it. Girl, you better slow your Mustang down. What I say, y'all? Look at y'all. Mustang Sally now, baby. All right, y'all. Girl, you better slow your Mustang down, baby. All right, look at y'all. Girl, you've been riding all over town, baby. Oh, so I'm gonna have to, let's get on down. Now what I I need everybody singing with me. Are you ready? Look here. I said, all you wanna do is ride around. So help me out. All you wanna do is ride around. So get it to me, y'all. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally, baby. Look here. All you wanna do is ride around, Sally. Come on with it, y'all. Then I said, one of these early morning, baby. I said, let's get on down. Do y'all feel it out there? Look here. Look what I did for you. I brought you a brand new Mustang, a 1965. Now you come around here to the home and moving honey. Ain't no more, ain't gonna, but stay silent now, baby. All right, y'all. Girl, you better slow your Mustang down, baby. Man, y'all got the problem with it. Look at it. Girl, you've been riding all over town, baby. I'm gonna have to let's get on down. Now I know where you at. Whether you're building or breaking down. But I want you to help me out. Look at it. All you wanna do is ride around. Come on, help me out. Man, Chris over there. Help me out over there. All you wanna do is ride around. So give it to me. What about that guy over there putting that sign on the house? Come on, man. All you wanna do is ride around. So give it to me. Now, I'm going to relatives out there. Help me out, y'all. All you wanna do is ride around. So give it to me. Y'all want to stay on the flex. Then I said, one of these early mornings, I said, gotta get on down, y'all. Man, I'm telling you, we have a party up in here. We got builders, we got fixers, we got stainers, we got real estate sellers, we got it all, y'all. And you got downtown, get it down, right down. Look at y'all. ACA is presenting that be Bible for this, y'all. Send a shout out to them just as well. Man, I will keep this party right up in here, y'all. Man, who be the baddest outside town? You tell me. They say it's downtown, but I said no. I said listen up. Put your hands down. Listen. On the south side was Chicago. See, that's the baddest all the time. And if you go down there, best beware. A man named Leroy Brown. Now that Leroy had his trouble. You see, he stepped about 6'4". All the downtown ladies call the trees of love. Men, they're gonna call us up. So he's back, Leroy Brown. The baddest man in the whole dang town. Better than no King Kong. The bean is in the junkyard dog. Now that Leroy, turn your track up. He's a damn. He don't like his fancy clothes. And he loves the way you look now. From everybody knows. He got the Western continent. I see you live the rock with you. He got a 32 gun in his pocket walk on, straight down in his shoe. So he's back, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole dang town. Better than no King Kong, but he beat it in the junkyard dog. But it's Friday, about the week, Leroy shooting little dice. At the end of the bar, there's a girl making noise. She sure looks nice. She had good eyes upon her, and clothes so big. Leave for the learn to the left, not the left, and white with the careless man. Oh, he's black, black, he was black. Man is man in the whole thing back. Man is the deep down. Bigger than a junkyard dog. Well, too late to fight. Every foot from the shore. Leave all look like a big song of the way. Oh, he's gone. He's bang, bang, hero of rap. Baddest man in the whole town. Bad hero, he's gone. Meaner than a junkyard dog. He's bang, 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 hero of rap. Baddest man in the whole town. Bad hero, he's gone. Meaner than a junkyard dog.
Man, how's everybody feeling out there? I tell you, I want to keep you going, but this next song here, I don't know if you're ready for it. You know what? I like to impersonate many voices, and I like to jump around a little bit. You never know what I'm going to do until I do it. So we're going to do a little something like this. Oh, man, the boss. You know what I'm talking about, right? Now, get your dance shoes on. Come on, y'all. Look, I get up in the evening, and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm tired to walk with myself. Hey, baby, I can use just a little of your help. Can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without no spark. These guns for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Let's just keep getting clearer. Radio's on. I'm moving around the place. I take a look in the mirror. Wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face. Man, I'm getting nowhere. Man, I'm living in a dump like this. Something's happening somewhere. Baby, just show me where it is. Can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. These guns are higher, even if we're just dancing in the dark. That's right, baby. Look here, sitting around getting nowhere. There's a token wife in this home. Shake the wheel off the shoulder. Come on, baby, laugh with me. Stay on the streets of this town. Say you cough, you work all night. You say you gotta stay hungry. Hey, baby, I'm just about starving tonight. Need a little action. Let's sit around here trying to write this book. Something's happening somewhere. Come on, baby, give me just one look. Can't start a fire. Can't start a fire without a spark. These guns are higher. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Can't start a fire. You worry about your little world falling apart. These guns are higher. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Alright, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Alright, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Hey, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Alright, even if we're just dancing in the dark. Hey, baby. Even if you're dancing in the dark. All right. Where my dancer at? Where she at? Come on. got one more right. This next one coming out. I want to send it out to the house. Home and poop. We're going to do a little house thing for you. How about we do something that's representing house? So I'm taking you back, that real hardcore raspy voice, and it goes a little something like this. Yeah. All right. Come on, baby. There's a black man with a black cat living in a black neighborhood. Yeah. He's got interstate running through his front yard. You know he thinks he ain't got it so good. There's a woman in the kitchen clean up the evening slot, and he looks at her and he says, hey, dog, I remember when you could stop the clock. Oh, but ain't that America? You and me, ain't that America? Something to see, baby, ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. Little big houses out there for you and me. Oh, yeah, for you and me. All right. Well, there's a young man in a t-shirt listening to that rock and roll station. He's got greasy hair and a greasy smile, and he says, Lord, this must be my destination. Hey, when they told me when I was younger, they said, downtown, man, you gonna be president. And just like everything else, kind of crazy dream kind of came and went. Oh, but ain't that America? You and me, ain't that America? Something to see, baby, ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. Little big houses out there for you and me. Yeah, for you and me. All right. About America. Yeah. I sure hope y'all dancing out there with me. Bring it down. Ooh, yeah. All right. Listen. Well, there's people and more people, yeah. What do they know? No. They working some hot ride and vacation down in the Gulf of Mexico. Ooh, yeah. Well, there's winner and there's loser. There ain't no big deal. Cause the simple man, baby, paid the bill and bread and the bills and the bills. Oh, ain't that America? You and me. Ain't that America? Something to see, baby. Ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah. They're gonna build big houses for you and me. Man, they're gonna build them for you and me. Oh, ain't that America? You and me. Ain't that America? Something to see, baby. Ain't that America? It's a home of the free, yeah. Little big houses for you. Oh, yeah. All right. Ooh, yeah. America, the land of the free.
Oh, man, I'm loving it. And I think everybody out there is loving it right now. Downtown Harrison, you are amazing, my friend. And we get one more round with you in just a little bit. We'll check back with you in a bit. All right, everybody. Welcome to the top of the hour here at Step Beyond Green to Healthy. We are the at-home home show. So for all of you who are just joining us, welcome. We've been here for about 3 hours now. We are in our last hour. Wow, where has the time gone? We've had amazing presenters, everything from radon to fitness to epoxy to playscapes. And we are not done yet. That's right, we are not done yet. We are going to do 2 more presentations, and the 2 that are coming up are going to be from Core Improvements, which we're going to talk to in just a minute. And they're going to talk about peace of mind. And I think that's something we could all have a little bit of right now. We're going to take a moment to talk about our sponsor, Step Beyond Green and Healthy. It's a non-for-profit that is going out to the public and talking about indoor air quality and environmental air quality, or environmental quality, as it should have been said. That being said, what we're there is trying to tell people about how our indoor environments affect us and our health and our lives. And we've had presenters all throughout the day talk about varying degrees of how we can have a healthier home. We have lots of people, vendor-wise today, that are open to chat with you right now. Just to go down a list, we've got Hoppy Tree Service, take care of all of your tree needs. Current Electric, obviously we're going to take care of your electric. What you don't know is Current Electric has a solar division, so if you're interested about solar, make sure you stop in and chat with them. All Right Home and Remodeling does siding, windows, roofing, and they also have an installation department. So if you need to get your attic re-insulated, we actually have a session about that tomorrow, so stop by tomorrow to talk about it, but also call All Right. Design Tech Remodeling and Ironwood Builders to talk about remodeling needs. Creative Construction of Wisconsin does plastering. We'll hear from them tomorrow as well. Core Improvements, which is going to be with us in just a moment. Oak Creek Plumbing, First Choice, Kohler Signature Store, and Gerhardt's, as well as Capital Heating and Cooling, and not last but least, Floor Coverings International. There to take care of all of your flooring needs. With that being said, we couldn't have today if it weren't for our sponsors. So let's take a minute to hear from our sponsors. All right, everybody, welcome back. Thank you to those sponsors. I have got an exciting presentation. They're all exciting to me because I find this so interesting. Peace of mind, smart living. We've all heard about smart living. The word smart living. Technology sometimes scares us, but hey, let's get past it we're going to bring in Maretas from Core Improvements. Maretas, how you doing today?
Hey, how are you, Jonathan?
Oh my gosh, I'm having the time of my life. I'm so excited. We've just had amazing presenters today. We've had amazing people throughout the show, and we've got you. Oh my gosh, we've got you to talk, and I cannot be more excited to hear about peace of mind. I know right now, with coming out of, it's not really coming out of COVID, actually coming out of our homes, now I got to worry a little bit about my house. And you're going to talk to us about that today, right? Peace of mind?
Yeah. I would like to talk to people about some of the items that are out there for smart homes. And I think that's the most important thing is that not everybody can have a brand new smart home. But obviously, you can take your old home and you can smart it up. And that's probably the most important thing that we should talk about today. So I always ask people, why would you like to turn your old home into a smart home? Well, the three reasons why people like turning their homes into a smart home was obviously saving, energy savings is a number one. Our second one is obviously convenience. And then obviously the third one, but it's not the least, is security. And so security is probably one of the biggest things I would like to talk to you guys about today, as well as convenience. There's a blend of those two of the type of items that we are going to speak about. So let me share my screen with you. Here we go. Oh, I want to make sure that I've got that. And Jonathan, just make sure that, yep, share screen. I've got that right now. Yes, please share the screen if you can, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so I would like to tell you guys a little bit about the peace of mind and what we're going to be talking about. So we're going to be talking a little bit about door locks as well as our garage doors. So going into it, for the peace of mind, I had this dog walker. So my story about like where that pad lock came in very valuable for me. I had a dog walker for me. And what happened was that one day she locked herself out. So she forgot the key inside and she locked herself out, and she thought, oh, well, that's okay. I know that they probably have an emergency backup. Our emergency backup was our neighbor. She had a key, but unfortunately she was not home. She was out of town. So unfortunately we had to get a friend that was much further and contact her and have her get back, to our home to help our dog walker get in. So the lock, so we changed our lock into that touchpad, which obviously the most important thing is that she was able to get in and get out smoother when she would come back and dog sit for us. So the, smart doors are, the locks are to connect to your app. So then you have that accessibility where not just when you tap in the numbers when you're there, but also you have that application where if someone is wanting to get in and you do not, you're not near, you can actually unlock it from a distance, which is actually an extremely valuable thing that I love the most. So some of the models that you know of that you can actually have is that they will lock the door, and before you leave your house, it would actually lock it for you. So you don't even have to worry about forgetting the lock your door behind you. So there's some of the people that obviously would be very valuable that would be coming to your home that you want to make sure that they wanted their own keypad number. So if there's someone like obviously your dog walker, dog taker, your carpenter, your child, that maybe once in a while that they get locked out, you want to make sure that they have their own numbers as well. So then you could see, what's great about it is that you could see when the people are coming in and out and when they're using that number. So one of the biggest things that I feel like that nowadays that people can utilize the smart lock, for the lock, is for the elders, for the people that it seems like that older people are staying longer in their homes, but they don't want their kids to be living with them. The kids are probably like, yeah, we're not ready for you to still live with us. So they're in their own homes, but the kids are obviously concerned and want to make sure they take care of and protect their parents. Well, the best part about it is that with that app from a distance, you can unlock and lock the doors, even if let's say that you have an elder that does probably could sneak out the house and you're concerned about their health, that you can actually control when they do leave, and when they leave, so then obviously you have an eye on them. So let's go into, people are just like, okay, that's excellent. It sounds wonderful, but it must be so hard to install. And actually, it's not that hard, actually. This is one of the DIYs I love the most, because all you have to do is just remove. So you just remove that the old bolts. And after you remove that old bolts, then you would actually put on one side, so it's just two pieces that technically, it's three pieces, but the two pieces that she's showing you right now is that you want to take that touchpad, you slide it through the same hole, and then you take the actual plate that the mechanism, so the battery and all the computer parts are going to screw against. You place that on the opposite side, and at this point, what she's going to do too, when she's screwing it in, she wants to make sure that she levels it. It's the most important thing, because you could be unscrewing and screwing a lot if you don't get that balance and make sure that it's straight. But once she gets that straight and she gets that tightened down really nice, then she's going to add the most important part, obviously the brains of the touchpad, and that's behind the door. Once she connects that little electronic piece to it, then basically what's going to happen is that she's going to attach it then. And when she attaches that piece to the plate, it's going to just take her a little bit longer to add a couple more. So it seems like she's struggling with it. It's because of the light, just so to let you know. But once she gets that in, she's going to place that on the plate, and then she's going to start putting the screws on. That's it. That's all you have to do. And the maintaining of it is just making sure that you change your battery as needed or when needed. And even the machine tells you when that is on your app as well as on the face of the touchpad. So the great thing about this is that obviously, it's the more modern thing to do. It's safe, it's convenient. Obviously the security, I've locked myself out. I know many other people have told me about how they've locked themselves out. So, the quality of having something like this in your home is very, very reasonable. And it's something that obviously people should, think about as they smart their home. So as she comes to the end of this, I'm going to actually just move forward a little bit. Oops. The next piece I would want to share with you, it's not that much, but I just want to make sure that this is important. This is sometimes a DIY. I would say it's not. I think that you should get a specialist to come in. I think there's enough parts on it that if you do not, unless you already have an existing that you're just going to do like for like and you're not going to move it around a lot, the garage door opener. The garage door opener is one of the most favorite things of mine because I'm the type of person when I'm driving, I leave my house and I'm in a rush and I'm not thinking and I'm driving down the road. The first thing I think is, did I shut my garage door? And then I'm driving and I'm thinking, my God, do I need to go back? I don't know if it's, shut or not. I don't know if I have to check it out. So it frustrates the heck out of me. So my point about this is that there are new things when it comes to garage door, garage openers where you have an app and you can tell if it's open or not. So then you can just write it wherever you're at, you can just go ahead and shut it. So that is a huge, huge positive. The other positive thing about having this as well is that Amazon is now delivering inside your garage. So you know how we keep watching these rings, or you see people like, those pirates, those porch pirates that are coming along and stealing stuff. And you're like, I can see you stealing it, but I can't do anything about it. Well, the best part about this is that you don't have to give Amazon your keypad, code. All you have to do is from a distance, you unlock or you open the garage door. They actually come in and they will place that piece or the delivery inside your garage, and then they would close it, or you could close it yourself as well once they're completed. So this is actually something really modern and really convenient, and the security of keeping yourself safe now, I think it's amazing because most of the people that, like the thieves and the stealing happens obviously during the day while you're at work. So with all of that said, I definitely want to share a little bit about, this incident that occurred with me when it comes to the garage. I have this client. It was actually a positive thing that happened. I had a client that he had the kitchen. So if you can imagine this, he had the garage, he had his kitchen, and then he has a bathroom. So the kitchen was sort of in the middle of this space, and then the living room was up front, the way that we entered. The problem with this was that the kitchen was already finished. It was remodeled. It was beautiful. And the only way that our guys can be able to get through the house to make sure they could get into the garage was obviously they had to go through the kitchen to unlock the garage, and they had to go back out to lock the door. So they had to constantly walk through that kitchen. I told the clients about obviously having this opener. So when they go out of town, what they can do is that when they see the contractor come to do their project, they can actually open the garage from a distance. They don't have to give their pad, because a lot of people don't know or feel comfortable about changing numbers all the time on their keypad on their garage door opener. So what would happen was that he's able to get an opener from a distance. He can open and shut that garage door, so then no one has to walk through his beautiful finished kitchen, and they could just go right to the bathroom. So that's my story, and the reason why I love those, the garage door opener. So I think that's, I'm not sure how much more time, if I actually rushed through that very quickly, that's a good thing, but I'm wondering if Jonathan is around. Did I just go right through that really quick?
I think that's the fastest I've seen you go through it yet. No worries, though. Really good information. I have a smart system, a smart lock system in my house. I also have the cameras. I still need to do the garage door, although my garage is actually full of kid stuff, so I don't ever need to really get access to it. I have to park on the street. But actually, my smart story, the nice thing with it was we do a lot of traveling, and so people come and look after our dogs. So it was really nice to actually give them a temporary code. So I actually gave them a 10-day code, or you can do a 20-day code. And so the people who came over got an access code that wasn't one of my kids or mine. And then they could just go in, let the dogs out, take care of them. And then I knew 20 days later it was going to just erase. So it was really kind of nice that I had that peace of mind not handing a key to someone. I also had someone come pick us up from the airport one time, realizing that they had a small car and I had a van. So I said, hey, stop by the house and grab the van. And I actually gave them a 24-hour passcode. So they were able to walk in the door, grab the keys, grab my van, and come pick us up. So I mean, all kinds of cool scenarios with the smart key access.
When I was a young girl, and this actually would have been very helpful as I was growing up, and I sort of probably use it as an excuse, but when I was younger, my parents would give me a key, and obviously we had that type of, we had a deadbolt, so you had, when you left the house, obviously you had to lock it, and if I lost my key, I couldn't go to school for the day. So with that said, obviously I lost my key, not a lot, but I did. And I think that nowadays that would probably be a really hard excuse.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, we had a similar problem. It's funny that you say about keys. So I have three girls. One's 15 and the youngest is 10. And we were worried about keys as well. And the first time my 15-year-old lost a key, I went, this has got to end. The nice thing with the smart system, too, is if you integrate it with your home smart system, I actually get a text every time a code's issued. So I have a different code for each one of my kids. And when they walk in the door, it says that so-and-so entered the door. And then the door's been locked. And so it really is a piece of, when we talk about your topic, which I think is fantastic, is the peace of mind, is that I know who entered. I know if my parents stop by because they have their own code. So it's not a surprise when we walk in our house and, oh, hi, mom and dad, you decided to come over today. So if you ever have any of those instances, it's kind of nice to get the heads up that there's someone in your house.
Oh, and I actually was shocked because I never thought about it till I did a little bit more research about about the elders. So how people are still living longer in their homes, but kids are still wanting to take care and protect them. And one of the things that was big for me when I saw this information, it's out of all this other information and knowledge about smart homes, this was just a little bit, but I bet you it's going to become so much more valuable over time, was obviously how the kids can still protect and watch their parents from a distance, knowing if the door opened, and asking their parents. They could say, so who was at the door, or if their parents would leave then, and the parent wasn't very healthy. But that was something that obviously it's something to really be able to catch on. Same as the ringer, the Ring or the Nest, that people have the camera that's in front. That's very valuable in that way. But there's always those extra doors that the Nest isn't on, and so when you have that access where you can put a couple locks, which, on both doors, it really becomes valuable over time that way too. So I thought I was like, wow, I never thought of that. So I'm definitely going to share that with a lot of my clients.
Yeah. When you mentioned the Ring, one of the interesting things that I've seen done with one of my clients was I noticed the Ring wasn't they told me they had installed the Ring, but I noticed it wasn't at the front door. And so I was like, okay, well, this is kind of interesting. I rang their normal doorbell and they answered. And I said, I thought you installed the Ring. And they said, actually, we did it so that you could see the driveway and the front door. And we used the motion sensor instead of the doorbell itself. So they're actually using it because it would alert their cell phone that someone was there. So it was really nice in the fact that they didn't have to actually use the Ring as the doorbell. They could actually use it as just a motion sensor camera that was tracking from the driveway to the front door.
That's really thinking outside the box. I really like the way that people are utilizing it. So, obviously you could use these items in much more different ways and more elaborate ways to fit your situation and to fit your home. Because if someone already has a nice plug-in, beautiful, why would they want the Ring as their doorbell? So to use it still, for a camera to still catch people in the front part of their home or in their like lawn area or driveway, I think that's brilliant. That's really good. I've never heard that. That's awesome.
Yeah. It never would have dawned on me, but they actually have a second home down south, and they said, what's nice is that when they accidentally get a package delivered or something, that motion sensor happens, and they can call the neighbor up and say, hey, someone dropped off an actual package. So
wow.
Pretty neat. You know, and the garage door is one of those things too with kids. I constantly circle around the block and go, did I close it? Did they close it? So I completely can relate to the garage door for sure.
It is. It's almost like that. Did I leave the stove on? By the way, if you ever have a smart home, they have smart stoves where you can turn it on and turn it off. That's another thing too. It's crazy the things that they have nowadays for homes.
It sure is. Well, Marettes, it has been a pleasure today. This is Marettes from Core Improvements. As always, it's a pleasure. I look forward to talking with you soon again.
Absolutely. Bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
All right, folks. Well, we are down to our last 3 presentations, but not to worry. Actually, we're down to 2 presentations. 1 presentation and the music. Holy cow, where's the time gone? It is 3:20 and we are almost done. But not to worry, we have an outrageous next person that's going to have a lot of fun and talk to us about recycling, upcycling, and also demolition. So, you know, I can't wait to have him on there. Again, I want to thank Step Beyond Green to Healthy for sponsoring for presenting this entire event, as well as I want to reach out and say thank you to our sponsors that made this all possible today. Go. All right, everybody, and we are down to our last presenter of the day. However, I don't think he's going to present. He's going to do a lot of chatting and talking around. I'm going to kick it out to Andy. Andy, you there?
Absolutely. What's going on? We're ready to rock.
All right, we're having a blast here today, Andy. That's what we've been dancing. We've had presenters. We've been rocking it all afternoon, and we're going to rock it with you.
Awesome. Let's make the magic happen.
All right.
Cool. All right. Welcome, everybody. My name is Andy Wines with Green Up Solutions. Today, we're talking about Demolitions, which is our rage room entertainment business located right here in Butler. We're going to bring you into our space, talk to you about what we do in the environmental services world and how we transform the environmental services world into an entertainment business. As we know, with business, you got to be constantly ahead of the game. Look at your consumers. How can you look at the consumers and sell them and give them multiple products and give them something of value? We have the Waukesha County's only Rage Room. So let's talk about Rage Room MK8. So when you come in a Rage Room MK8, first thing you're going to notice is you go to Butler. Once you're in Butler, you park at the end of a dead end. You walk in the back of a building and you walk in the back of a warehouse. That starts the experience. And it's real simple. Once you get into the Rage Room, you get suited up. So to get suited up, we do a couple things real quick. We got our nitrile gloves. We got our disposable hoods. We put these on along with our puncture-resistant gloves. Then we suit up with the Rage Room uniform. You get your own uniform. You get your own helmet. Now you're ready to rage. Let's talk about our rules. When you come to the Rage Room, like anything else in life, we want to get the full experience possible. So we have some awesome rules here that we created. Smash, have fun, play within limits. But most importantly, rule number 8, because it's all about branding, all about how you do things. Real simple. Don't be a dick. We're here to have fun and break stuff. So let's keep it real. I'm going to bring out here to the rest of the lobby Over the last 90 days, we had the opportunity to build out this space in our warehouse and give us a full lobby. So it's real simple. Here, locker rooms, you set yourself up. You want to hang out in the cockpit of a 747? We also got that. Somehow it came out of some office, right? So this is where we take something that was one person's junk and we made it somebody's treasure. Looking around the rage room, we got an air hockey table. Came out of somebody's basement in Brookfield. Now we repurposed it, we fixed it, got it in our lobby. Coming over here, real simple. We got this cool wraparound couch that came out of a restaurant down in the 5th ward. We got an old school N64 so you can play some of your very favorite video games while you watch your buddies smash stuff in the rage room. So let's talk about where the environment meets entertainment. So right here, behind the glass where we keep him, is our rage master, the Sultan of Smash, the director of Demolicious, Mr. Pat Nenow. So Pat here runs the rage room, which is a fancy way of saying he gets to smash the most stuff. I got a good looking mustache. That, my friend, is a great looking mustache. So what we're going to talk about today is how we're going to make things smaller. So we're looking at 3 different product lines. We got electronic waste. We got printers. We're going to make them small. We got wood. We're going to turn that into wood chips. And we have glass we're going to make small so we can recycle it. So we're going to do this all while having fun and talking about the environment. So first things up, Pat's going to put on his gear. So as you can see, he's got his hood, he's got his nitrile gloves, and now he's going to put on his riot gear, put on his helmet, and also his puncture-resistant gloves. Once he's suited up and ready to go, he's going to be ready to smash using baseball bats, sledgehammers, crowbars, golf clubs. He's going to make all these things smaller, having fun, while all of his friends hoot and holler and have a blast doing it. So once Pat's ready to go, give me the green light, Pat, and we're going to get on with the raging, on with the smashing. Now, rage room is good for anybody and everybody. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring buddies. Watch people that don't get to break stuff for a living, break stuff for a living. This is an opportunity for you to have some fun. You all set, Pat? All right, Pat's all ready. For the first things first, everyone hates printer at home. And in office, everyone hates printers. So Pat here is going to start the process. We've taken the ink out, and now Pat here is going to show how we do electronic waste recycling. Hit it, Pat. Some may call these methodologies unconventional. That's what I love about business. You get to determine how you run your business. So we take apart electronics. We do it all the time. We take those hard plastics that aren't recyclable. We remove them from the electronic components that are recyclable. So you can do this meticulously with tools and instruments, or we can do it in the rage room. Win-win, ship shape. He's having a good time. We're having a good time. People come here, have fun, get to do the things that they don't get to do every day at home. These are the fun things that we get to do. Next thing, we have furniture that is unrecoverable. That means we cannot reuse it in its current state. We cannot repurpose it. We're going to now turn it into wood chips. So what we do is we make it small. Then we ship it out to a local company that grinds it up and uses it either to be produced into wood chips that get stained and end up in your front yard, or it's turned into cover at the landfill. What it ends up doing is absorbing all the moisture and the smells in the landfill. So our job, as always, makes things small, have fun doing it. So Pat here is going to see what happens when we take an old entertainment center, old bookshelves, and turn them into wood chips. Hit it, Pat. It's that simple, folks. Pat has so much fun doing this. We have so much fun doing this. We offer this to you. Come here, break stuff with us. Have fun. Watch other people let out their aggressions. If there's a therapeutic value to what we do, believe it or not, letting out that anger, letting out that rage makes you feel better. And all the while you can say to yourself, you know what? I'm helping the environment. I'm making the world a better place while I'm having an amazing time with my friends, with my family, with my coworkers. So Pat's getting set up here for the finale, the last piece. We talk about recycling glass. We know recycled glass, you got to make it small. Pat's got plenty of glass. Pat loves breaking glass. So now we're going to watch Pat go to town on some glass. That's Pat, right? Like, he loves his job. Some days I don't feel like we even have to pay him to do what he does. So on this virtual tour, this is just one of many businesses we host here at Bavier Estates, which is our Pee-wee's Playhouse and all the businesses we host here. So here at Green Up Solutions, we do take the environment extremely serious. There's a lot of businesses we have here. One of the businesses we have is here, the Rage Room. The other business we have is we are a recovery facility. So we take these products, we work with suppliers throughout the entire Milwaukee area and the region to keep material out of landfills. We work with third-party junk removal companies to accomplish that goal. Here in the Rage Room, we take the products, we have a little bit of fun with them. But in all seriousness, we work with different companies, including donation centers, resellers, recyclers, to ensure we keep materials out of the landfill. Another one of our businesses here is we have a sound stage where we utilize videography, like the videographer behind the camera here, so we can bring to life people's companies. Tell the story of not just what you do, but how you do it and why you do it. We're extremely fortunate to have an amazing team. Andrew Zell right here is our director of marketing. If you ever see, he's the one that makes things happen. So we work with companies when it comes to branding and marketing, creating video content for them. We create video content with them in collaboration with all the brands that we have. The other business we have here, and our newest business, is called Shock and Shield. Our Shock and Shield business is using technology to bring disinfection and protection to everyday environments. Even here in the Rage Room, as much fun as we have here, we also know it's important that we adhere to all the CDC's guidelines, all the state guidelines, and all the recommendations by the World Health Organizations. That's why we use UV light technology and an antimicrobial. We've already treated this entire area with our UV lights, disinfecting all the surfaces and the air. We've also used antimicrobial on all these surfaces and all the touch points, so that when people come into the Rage Room, have some fun, they're not having to worry about their health and safety of who was there before them and the employees here. So we have multiple businesses that we house here within the Green Up Solutions umbrella. My hope here today is that you guys have learned a little bit. We had a little bit of fun. We highly encourage people to get out, go enjoy life, but also do it in a way that's going to be responsible and safe for all the things that you do. Here in the Rage Room, safety is our number one priority. We want to have you here. We want to invite you into our house, show you all the things that we do. So this has been an amazing tour from me. I hope you also had a great time, and I'm glad to be the final presenter of the day. For all of you guys watching at home, for the hosts of this event, I thank you for your time today.
Yeah, you've been great, Andy. Thanks. All right, everybody. Well, that was the last presenter of the day. I don't know. I sit here watching kind of in awe because I kind of want to go do that like right now. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I seeing him smash up that bookcase and taking, the glass at the end. I'm like, yeah, they're waving. Yeah, you gotta love it. Absolutely love it. They're all waving there. I think I want to do it. Yeah, I love it. So with that being said, we're going to talk a little bit more about, I'm just going to, Gary, we're going to play the game here. All right, there we go. All good. So with that being said, we're going to get ready for downtown Harrison in just a minute, but I've got some time to talk a little bit more about the people that are in our show. Again, we've got, we're going to start with Floor Coverings Internationals. Oh, you know what? Water Doctors. I know that I think the last time we chatted, I may have missed it. Water Doctors is an amazing company that works with Kinetico products that can take that. Even if you've got city water or well water, they have a product solution for you that will knock your socks off. Floor Coverings International, any of your flooring needs, they're a great company to go out there and ask about. Right now you've been standing on it for 60 days. You might as well go out there and see what kind of options you have for flooring. Capital Heating and Cooling, HVAC, but they actually pride themselves on creating healthier environments. So make sure you ask them about some of their UV lights and their HEPA filters and things like that they're putting in household HVAC systems. Gerhardt's and Kohler have teamed together to do a really, really nice talk with you about what it looks like to have Kohler products in your house, but also plumbing fixtures, kitchen fixtures, anything to do with the beautifying of your kitchen and bath, they can take care of. Oak Creek Plumbing Kitchens and Baths is on with us today. And you know what? They're a great person. I always talk about plumbing, but ideas that go on with those kitchens and baths using the Kohler products. Hey, there you go. Kohler Improvements, we heard from Maretta about maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. She does everything from remodeling to new home construction, anything under the sun, even some light commercials. So if you've got some time, you should reach out and talk with them. Creative Construction, we're going to hear from them tomorrow about plaster repair. They are fantastic when it comes to plaster repair. Boy, say that 100 times faster. Anyways, if you have a chimney or an exterior work or inside, you know that it's not drywall. Yeah, I don't have drywall in my house. It's all that latham and plaster. They can do a fantastic job and take care of you there. Ironwood Builders, not only do they do remodeling, but they actually do cabinet making. I've seen some of their stuff online. If you haven't followed them, you definitely want to follow them. Design Tech Remodeling is another one of those beautiful projects. I've just seen they've just completed some amazing things. Take some time, talk with Nicole over there. All right, remodeling, home and remodeling, roofing, siding, windows, they got you covered, as well as insulation. So if you're ready to take care of the attic problem, they're the one to give a call to. Current Electric, for all your electrical needs, as well as solar. They've really made a push for solar. They've just moved into a brand new building. And if you've seen any of their website, they've actually wrote the word solar with solar panels. I mean, that's just crazy, but it's super cool. So make sure you stop in and say hi to them. Hoppy Tree Service. I know right now with the windstorms that just came through my neighborhood, there's trees everywhere. So if you need to have a tree taken down or one that's unsafe now, make sure you reach out to Hoppy. As well as the presenting sponsor today, Step Beyond Green and Healthy, has the first booth on the tile, and they're there to answer any questions if you want any engagements with any of these contractors or people who are specializing in healthy living. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and we want to thank our sponsors, and I'm going to kick it off to our sponsors. All right. Well, right before we give it back to Downtown Harrison to wrap up the afternoon, I actually want to go back and let you know that if you actually want to visit RageRoomMKE.com, that is Rage Room, ROOM, MKE.com. You can sign up online to reserve your space to beat up some stuff and get that anxiety out, and more importantly, get out of your house. That's right. All right, folks. Well, we're in our last 15 minutes that are coming to you live here. And I'm going to bring it back to Downtown Harrison. Are you around there, sir? Are you ready for us to wrap it up?
Of course, I'm always ready.
Oh, well, it has been a pleasure. So let's give Downtown Harrison our attention. Thank you, sir. And folks, I'll be back just to wrap up at the very end. It's all yours, Harrison.
All right. So we're going to end it out with a couple of real good tunes to kind of get you moving a little bit. Again, John, don't be afraid. We're going to give you a little footloose. Don't try this at home and get hurt. Oh. Been working so hard, I'm punching my card. 8 hours, gonna tell you what I got. Got this feeling. Time your ceiling. Pouring some tear over your tail. Tonight I'm gonna cut loose. Get down your Sunday shoes. Please release. Pull me up from my knees. Jack, get back. Don't run before we crack. Loose, don't lose. Everybody come loose. You're playing so cool. Obeying every rule. You're way down in your heart. You're burning your soul. So I don't tell you. Life is a fancy you find. You ain't gonna make it if you don't try. Man, you gotta find how to cut them loose. Cut it loose. Sunday shoes. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Shake it for me. Oh, my love. Come on, let's go. Everybody cut foot loose. Yeah. Cut foot loose. Yeah. Cut foot loose. Yeah. Cut foot loose. You're going to turn this around and get my feet on the ground. Gonna take a hold of your soul. All right, we're going down. Here we go. I'm telling you. Get down your Sunday shoes. Please, little please. Hold me up from my knees. Jack, get back. Don't run before we crack. Loose, your blues. Everybody got foot loose. Foot loose, foot loose. Get down your Sunday shoes. Oh, please, little please. Hold me up from my knees. Jack, get back. Don't run before we crack. Loose, your blues. Everybody cut, everybody cut. Everybody cut, everybody cut. Everybody cut, everybody cut. Everybody cut foot loose. Man, I tell you, we're gonna keep it going for you. You ready? Now we gotta end it out with something. I know y'all talking about. Come on. This here, that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight styling, wildin', living it up in your city. Got Chuck's on when Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. Too hot, hot dance. Call the police and the fireman. Too hot, hot dance. Taking dragons want to retirement. Too hot, hot dance. Just say my name, you know who I am. Too hot, hot dance. And I'm all about my money. Break it down. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Ooh. Somebody say hallelujah. Ooh. Let me hear you say hallelujah. Ooh. Cause downtown he's gonna give it to you. Ooh. He's out town, I'm gonna give it to you. Down. Saturday night and we in the spot. Check it out. Don't believe me, that's why. That's why. Don't believe me, that's why. Don't believe me, that's why. Don't believe me, that's why. Hey. Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some milk in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, what a stretch. Right about Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we're gonna show out. Smoother than a fresh down skippy. Come on. Too hot, hot dance. Got the police and the fireman. Too hot, hot dance. I got dragons want to retire, man. Too hot, hot dance. Just say my name, you know who I am. Too hot, hot dance. And I'm all about my money. Break it down. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Ooh. Come on, hit me, hallelujah. Somebody say hallelujah. Cause up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Man, this home improvement thing is killing me, but I love it though. I want to send a shout out to ATA Entertainment. I go by the name of Downtown Harrison. And we like, get out. Bump you up, uptown bump you up. Now you say it, uptown bump you up, uptown bump you up. You say it. Come on, we gotta dance, get on it, sexy, and I'm talking. Dance, get on it, don't brag about it, just do it. Come on, dance, jump on it, sexy girl, and I'm talking. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, this spot. Woo! Don't believe me, this spot. Oh man, come on. Double time. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Uptown funk you up. 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 Come on. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. We're gonna end it out with one of my favorites. Hope everybody had a good time. I'm Downtown Harrison. Listen. I see trees of green, red roses. I see them blue, all me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, and the clouds, they're white. Those bright blessed days, those dark sacred nights, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky. All those places, all the people going by. I'll see breath shaking, said, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. How you baby crying, and how much you grow. They learn so much more, and I'll never know. And I think to myself, what's a wonderful world? Yeah, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh yeah. Oh man, get yourself ready. Come on. I hope everybody kicking with me. It's time for you to spread the news for the live feed today. Whatever you need, listen. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are lonely to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep. I'm mine, I'm king of the hill, baby, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it. And old New York, and if I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you. New York, New York. Oh man! Oh yeah! Get ready! New York, New York. Hey! I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill, a number one. These little town blues are melting away. I'm gonna make a brand new start of it. And oh, New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it. Anywhere, it's up to you, New York. Hey, New York. So we're gonna send this last one out to everybody that played a part. That's right. Ain't no stopping us now because we're on the move. You need something fixed, you call us. You need entertainment, you call us. ACA Entertainment, Home and Home Explosion. Come on, y'all. Here we go. Come on. That's right. We're moving forward, y'all. We're on the move. What you need? Oh, I'm ready. Okay, all right. Come on. Ain't no stopping us now. Right. We got the groove. Send this out to all the companies out there. This one is for you. You just keep moving. You're going to be okay. Here we go. Listen. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove, yeah. Listen. There's been so many things that held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we got a long way to go, and where we end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna put our buildings together. We're gonna polish up the act, y'all. If you ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, yeah. Don't you let nothing stand in your way, y'all. No. I want y'all to listen. We're gonna keep moving. Come on. Every word I say, I'm telling you, ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Yeah. Come on. Ain't no stopping us now. See, we got the groove. Yeah. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Yeah. Ain't no stopping us now. Oh, we got the groove. Yeah. Yeah, you do have the groove. I know you know someone that have a negative vibe. And when you're trying to make it, they only put you aside. They really don't have nowhere to go. Ask them where they're going, they don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna put ourselves together and polish up our act.